afternoon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one today, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It is a sunny day here in California, Los Angeles, 60 degrees and sunny. In one of the nicest places on the planet when it's beautiful and sunny like this. That's right. I'm Hasan Piker. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a special day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is unlike any other day, and in many ways, very similar to all of the other days. What do I mean by this? That is right. Today is the one day of the week that you experience every time the celebration. That's right. It's fucking Friday. What else is there to say? It's Friday, baby. It's Friday, baby. It's freaking Friday. It's Freaky Friday. It's Fuck a Fan's Mom Friday. It's Fucked Up Friday. It's Flat Fuck Friday. That's right. It's the freaking weekend, baby. That's right. This is the Super Bowl weekend, I think. I don't even know. People got things to do. People got money to lose in gambling. People got places to be. A feeling of autonomy in your life, a sense of purpose, a sense of promise. As though you have it all. You have the reins. You actually do control your own destiny. That type of shit. You know what I mean? That's the type of shit people are on a fucking Friday. At least myself. That's how I feel on Fridays. You know, back when I used to actually suck the man's dick, if you know what I mean. But Mufasa, thank you for bringing us into this beautiful day, this joyous day of celebration. And I hope everyone's having a great one. We are going to have immaculate fucking vibes. Wait, suck the man's dick is in like work, a real job. Not this like fake ass, phony ass job, bullshit ass job where I sit around and get angry at the internet. That's not a job. That's just what everybody does. I just happen to do it in front of a lot more people, you know? Anyway, why did everyone freak out about toilet paper in 2020 when you could just hop in the shower after a shit and just use your hand and water to wipe? Thank you. Thank you for this take. I love that. That's like... I love that. That's a wonderful thing to think about, I think. Anyway, folks... This is part of the podcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life in the world of HasanAbi Piker, and that's right, there's a lot that has happened. I ended the broadcast last night. Unfortunately, didn't play Contraband Police. Okay, suka bliat, you might be saying. You might be saying to yourself, suka bliat, what the fuck? What the fuck are you saying? Why don't you protect the Azerbaijan border? Well, it's because yesterday we had a whole ass day of Tucker Carlson, Vladdy Poo, Biden coming out as old, Biden not really defeating the allegations that he's old. You know what I mean? He had a lot going on. Yeah, tovarish, get back to work now. There's work to do, real work. So, because I was yapping about Tucker and I was yapping about PewDiePie, which I will be yapping about today as well. All those things that I did yesterday, I'm probably going to cover it a little bit today as well. As you guys know, these are big fucking events happening in the world. However, you're just going to do more today. Yeah, Vladimir yapping. Pootie poo. That's so funny that you sent this. The Bizarre World of Fake Martial Arts is one of my favorite YouTube videos. We've watched it on stream, I think twice at this point. 4-hour politics cutoff will be enforced. So, fear not. After the fourth hour, I will come into the stream like this and be like, "Niet! Halt! You suka bliat, you have violated the law. It is time for Friday Fun Day activities to commence. You will do Okay Body. You will do Contraband Police. What the fuck?" You know what I mean? Are we gonna watch your steak and egg stream? Maybe. But yeah. You didn't shout out LLG Manut. He just gave you 10 subs. Oh, ILG Manut. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Keeping me honest. Anyway, so here's what happened. After all of that nonsense, this morning I realized that I have a appearance that I had signed up for with Anthony Padilla. Okay. I did a roundtable discussion. I was honored that he considered me to be a legendary. Whoa! Earthquake! It's still going. It's still going. It's still going. I think it stopped. No, Kaya did give a fuck. She actually ran away from the... That was wild. Hold on now. Let's take a look. Did we feel that? Was that an earthquake or was that like a me thing? .7. God damn, that shit's close as hell too. 7 miles from Thousand Oaks. That was a long one. That was a long boy. That was a long boy. It wasn't that bad. I mean, it was bad enough that Kaya got up and moved positions. But anyway, earthquake is scary. Hope I don't experience that in my life. What do you mean, dude? That's like literally, this is... California has been getting a lot more earthquakes recently, I feel like. I mean, I know we're on a fault line and everything, but... Am I crazy? Am I crazy or do we get more earthquakes recently? Like, it's happening on stream more frequently than before. Anyway, was that Kai's first earthquake? No. So, where was I? All right, yeah. I was honored to be called a legendary streamer alongside actual legendary streamers like Valkyrie and then fraudulent streamers like Ludwig. Okay. Absolute frauds like Ludwig, but we did like a round table discussion talking about like what are the most commonly held assumptions about streamers, about how rich we are, things like that. It's probably going to be pretty good. So I hope you guys watch that when it comes out. And I think it'll be good. Right wing commentator Maga Mail. Yeah. What is this? Proof that Mexicans are Turks. Here is Mexican Hasan. Bro, this guy is Turkish Hasan. Okay, he's Turkish. Anyway, but yeah, I did all of that. Surely people will be normal about it when it comes out. Private jet crashed on an interstate. Wait, what the frick? Breaking. Private jet crashes on I-75, Naples, Florida. Really? How much you interrupt Queen Ray? Hopefully not a lot. But yeah. Hasan, this popular leftist account posted about exercise being important, got ripped to shreds by left libs who were accused of her being a eugenics promoting fascist. Lamau. The left is so cooked. Okay, I love that. That's my favorite thing. Yes, if you're a leftist, you have to be like fat and lazy and a slob in general. That's just how it works. I don't make the rules, except I just made that one. Not to say that like not working out is the only reason why those things happen. Anyway. Hasan, I'm having a party tomorrow. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind watching my dog. No, I think I won't do that. Sorry. I'm already dog watching for my brother, so apologies, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to go ahead and say we're filled to the brim here. Okay. All right. Where was I? Okay, let's blast off. But that's it. I did that and I'm here now. Okay. I worked out this morning. I did that and now I am here. Okay. Earthquake. Brandon is found old in special prosecutor report. But then fights back. Tucker glazes Putin for 2 hours and more. Get in now. Okay, buddy. Later. Contraband police. Later. We will defend Azerbaijan later. Okay. Define later. Like, I told you already. I have a 4-hour block for politics, then some fun reacts and memes, and then gaming. I wonder who died in the private jet. Anyway, here it is. Here it is, folks. My personal 9/11 is when a private jet hits my Nissan Altima on I-75 in Naples. It's such a fucking... That's a great joke, chatter. Good job. Okay, but like they're definitely doing Joe dirty in that report. Asking yourself out loud what year something was is normal, and they're making it out like he forgot being VP. Brother, it is insane to not know when you stopped being vice president. What the hell? Yeah. When a private jet lands on my... When a private jet falls directly on top of my Nissan Altima going down 65 miles an hour down I-75 in Naples, Florida, it's a bit like a 9/11, but my own personal, very private 9/11. John Summit is getting hate clout for his post supporting Kanye and wants to do a show in Israel. Who the fuck is John Summit? What? Stole Chatter's joke. I'm just literally repeating what the chatter said. It's not theft if I acknowledged someone's joke, said it was a good joke, laughed out loud at the joke, and then just repeated it. Oh man, if you guys think that that's theft, get ready, okay? Because I steal a lot. I'm going to steal a lot of your jokes. I'm the chatter who chats in the chat specifically so that the streamer doesn't read his chat. And I'm the chatter who gets shocked when the streamer reads his chat. It's like, hello, excuse me, this is a chat room that's private. Please look away, streamer. That's how some of y'all sound like, okay? You steal my jokes 3 seconds before you see them. I know, it's crazy how I have the power that it's crazy that we are not a hive mind at this point, but instead I'm basically stealing your jokes 3 seconds before you even finish typing out your jokes. It's a really cool way that I can pre-watch your jokes. Anyway, here we're blasting off. God damn, dude. What a wonderful difference a good workout makes. I feel so much better right now. Gotta account for latency, to be fair. Yeah, I feel phenomenally better. You know who's not feeling good, though? This private jet, it seems.
Somebody probably is hurting in that plane. Emergency landing on the highway or something. Yeah, who knows what happened.
You know what's even better? Joking about how Putin was wrong in yesterday's coverage. Yeah. By the way, speaking of Putin, yesterday I said while we were watching this, who will be the first person to immediately make the comparison between Vladimir motherfucking Putin and random 19-year-old Yemeni TikToker? And it turns out there was a lot of them, okay? It's all over. People are like jumping over one another to be like, I'm a fucking idiot. I think people should be more embarrassed. I think people literally should be more embarrassed. This is what happens on Twitter when we don't embarrass people. When we don't go, hey, man, that's racist as fuck. You're like an absolute moron. What is happening? I feel like shame on Twitter goes in one direction and one direction only, and that is like anti-communist, anti-socialist, anti-left, anti-history, anti-vaxxer. It's only in the one direction where like shaming goes. Half of the takes nowadays on like whatever I have said that has been clipped and posted on Twitter revolves around people just being like, this guy's really fucking stupid. Am I right? I'm like, bro, you didn't make an argument at all. And it's just a bunch of stupid people underneath it going, yeah, he's really dumb and bad. He's dumb and bad. It's like, I mean, I was right. I was accurate. I was describing a historically accurate analysis, an analogy that I made. And you're like, I don't know. It's just in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. That type of shit is what's going on, I guess. It's like, it don't make any sense. Like, people should be definitely way more. People should probably be like way more embarrassed, I think, to just run around on Twitter and be like, I'm a racist man. Okay. When a 200 IQ suspect outsmarts corrupt cops from Dr. Insanity. I like this. Anyway, do you reckon Timothy Chalamet is low-key crushing Punani, or is he a Volcel warrior or the prophet? I think he is a Volcel warrior or the prophet. Because you're getting better and better and your ops now stupider and stupider, gonna miss him someday. We are never missing the ops. We are not missing the ops. We want the ops to go away. We want the ops to have a good life. Yeah, it's also funny because like half of the criticism is just like stolen from other people. Bro, like find your own criticism. You're just literally copy pasting criticism that you don't even understand that other people came before you that made, and they were wrong too. So now you're just repeating the wrong criticism. It's like, wow, dude, imagine being so hypocritical that you interviewed a Yemeni TikToker who I falsely am going to keep smearing as a fucking terrorist over and over again. Because there's enough racist, dumb motherfuckers on the platform that they will also go, yeah, you're right. He is a terrorist, actually. This brown guy that he interviewed, definitely a terrorist. Anyway, but yeah, fuck it. Fuck Twitter. Fuck all that shit. Fuck the ops. Okay. It's Friday and we're keeping the vibes immaculate. And I'm going to start by watching this.
There you go.
let me tell you something, okay? This is Sean Strickland. So I don't really know too much about Sean Strickland beyond the fact that I know he is a UFC fighter, okay? And controversial opinion, two things I'm going to say here. This is not cool at all. I think it's crazy that he like beat the shit out of a random fucking skinny dude like Sneako. Like, I'm not, this is a mid-off, okay, for sure. It's a mid-off for sure. But it's like, what are you doing? Sean Strickland was just a middleweight champion to beat the fuck out of Israel Adesanya. Dude's a menace. I just don't understand it, though. He's like, are you all right? Are you okay? What's wrong with you? Why are you beating the fuck out of a civilian, dog? Like, it's so dumb. It doesn't matter that Sneako deserves to get his ass beat. I think it's like, there's an air of confidence, in my opinion, that is supposed to come from like being a guy who can kill someone with their hands, right? Like, you know better. You can kill people with your fucking hands with ease, much easier than the average person can. So if you have that kind of power, you should also have a little bit of responsibility. Like, I don't really understand why calling non-fighters athletes civilians is very funny. Hey, yeah, that's what I mean. This is what they call a tune-up match. He recently lost his belt and he has to get his confidence by beating up some dork. As a member of the MMA community, Sean is absolutely bananas. I mean, there's a lot of fucking bananas MMA guys out there, so I feel like he's even worse. But I've even had my what? I've even had my in real life friends turn into dumb fucks because of Sneako, so I don't care. Bro, he's literally opening up. First of all, he's connecting with his fucking head. It's wild that he can't even knock him out. Okay? It doesn't matter that Sneako consented, bro. Be fucking normal. What the hell is this shit? Couple things. One, it's kind of crazy that he's just wailing on him. Like, at first, it's like, even if you're like, at first, even if you're like lightly sparring, this is already too aggressive, okay? This is already too aggressive. He's like fucking... He's playing with him? Come on, dude. That's not playing with him. He stops playing here, okay? This is where he stops playing with him. If you think that the previous part is like him playing with him... You think that's playing, dude? You think those last couple of hits are playing? Are you crazy? You care, lol? I mean, I do a little bit. I think it's like odd. It's already odd that he's like literally taking shots directly to Sneako's head. And for people that go, oh, dude, Sneako, you should have worn a fucking headgear or head protection. It doesn't matter. You can still get CTE. If you got a fucking killer in the octagon and he fucking slams the shit out of you, even with that headgear on, your brain is still going to shake. I think the only reason why Sneako didn't get fucking knocked out here is because he has no brain to shake in his brain. He can't get concussed because there's no brain that shakes inside of the fucking skull. But still, I don't know. I think it's like, am I a bitch? Is that what it is? Do I feel like, I always have this opinion that if you have more power than the other person, like, it's on you to be a responsible individual, right? Like, if you are a fucking title haver, okay, a UFC fighter with a fucking belt, that's insane that you're just like opening up on like a dude that is like as skinny as Drake's penis, okay? I mean, look at him. He's flailing in the same way as Drake's penis was in the 6'7", dude. He's like, he's in the PJ going left and right, flailing like wacky inflatable arm man. I don't know. I mean, not to get all Judd Apatow here and be like, oh my God, there was so much anger behind those eyes. He could have killed him, but like he literally could. You know what I mean? This is not like the Will Smith slapping Chris Rock situation. Like I think I'm more understanding about like violent ends that occur in the real world and like weak moments that we have than the average person, right? This is not the average person at all. I mean, the fact that he's still standing is pretty impressive too. Not many people, in my opinion, can say that they could just fucking eat it for like 30 seconds straight from a middleweight champion with a belt and just like not fucking die. Now, I don't know what the damage is. I don't know what the damage is overall, but I do think that this is a ridiculous thing to do. Okay? This is already a no-no, even if you're sparring on the same experience level. And this guy has, yeah, if he, I'll tell you this much. Okay? If Sean was sparring at his gym with an evenly matched sparring partner and he behaved like this, they would probably pull him off as well. Like he is opening up way too much. And I'm not like a massive fucking fight guy at all, but I do feel like this is kind of crazy. How is it different than the Nazi kid who got his shit pushed in? That kid got his shit pushed in with BJJ, brother, which, you know, you can still run into issues, but that was an infinitely better way to handle it. They grappled. No, it was definitely not BJJ. Wasn't it? Didn't they grapple? Am I wrong? Yeah, they were grappling and shit. That's like a way more manageable way. It's like, Sneako went into the ring knowing he could get hurt. He's not a child. Yeah, guys, I understand that part. Okay. I can't believe I'm saying this. All I'm simply stating is he 100% should have like lowered the intensity. Okay. You're crazy in my opinion. Do you understand what I mean here? Like, I think it's different when you're striking. Okay. I feel like it's very different when you're striking. Why? What do you mean? Because you can like, if you grapple someone, you can do it in a way where you can like restrict their movement, make them uncomfortable. They can tap out. This is like in grapple terms, this would literally be like if you put someone in a fucking armbar until they like choked out, until they literally no longer had oxygen go into their fucking brain. Okay. And they were trying to tap out and you just didn't care. Was this supposed to be a friendly match? Or you don't choke someone in an armbar, sorry. Whatever it's fucking called. Not an armbar. Whatever. A rear naked chokehold or whatever the fuck is called. Regardless, you know I'm not like a big fight guy. I'm just saying armbar is an arm lock. Yeah, breaking their arm. Anyway, it is obvious though that one, many people fucking somehow forget with great power comes great responsibility. Okay. And secondly, did you know MMA is safer than boxing CTE wise, by the way? Just curious. Seems like a lot of people don't know. Yeah, probably, because boxing is you're just eating it to the face and to the body with very severe punches. Not everyone's a striker in MMA. You still need the strike, but I feel like that would probably be the reason, right? That's why I'm literally saying that what he's doing here is crazy. It's like fucked up. Jesus. Damn. I mean, it is kind of respectable that he did not fall. That I will say that. Dude, what is happening? All the fucking kick streamers are like taking W's in their L's right now. Like they're taking L's, but in a way that kind of makes it turn into a W. Bro took more shots to the back than his girl. Yeah, I do also think boxing is worse because of standing 8 counts and restarting after someone's been knocked down instead of letting the fight finish. Yeah, I do think that it's like odd that I found myself in a position where I'm like kind of defending Sneako, I guess, but if he's a fighter for a living, it just shows that he's unprofessional. He should have held back. 100% not a great look for him. He's not just a fighter for a living, as MMA heads in the chat correctly explained, isn't he? I mean, he's a title holder. Like, it's crazy. And apparently a former Nazi, too. Sean Strickland is a middleweight division UFC title holder. He's a former UFC middleweight champion. And he's a professional competitor since 2008. I can't tell if people are making a joke about me saying former title holder or I mean a former UFC middleweight champion, or because he said he's a former Nazi. Yeah, he's the wait, no, he lost the title recently. Bro was busy blowing bubbles on Trump's dick. Yeah, he saw an op to whoop the ass of someone that deserves it and took it. I don't know. I think there are way better ways of like, didn't this all start because he was calling some other MMA guy the R word who is autistic? Look, all I'm saying is if you have, fight, like learning how to fight is actually really good for developing confidence is what a lot of people say. The other part of that problem is that when you get hit in the head too many fucking times, you still become an animal, okay? So then you lose out on all the supposed confidence that you're supposed to get from like physical training and like being confident in your own body and your own skin. So that's why you see a lot of these motherfuckers like go in either direction. Either they're like kind, loving individuals, or they just or become murderous monsters with the absolute worst politics you've ever seen. And it's like it feels as though like if you are a fucking title holder, okay, if you're a former middleweight champion, you should definitely be infinitely more confident in your abilities, and you can still like smack someone down a little bit, but not in a way that you're like looking like you're trying to kill him, okay? Like if you've been fighting professionally since 2008, you know the difference between like, you know, lightly sparring, you know, maybe medium sparring, and also heavy sparring. Sean said he hates influencers, that's why. Still, dude, it's crazy. Yes, great example. Like the sumo wrestlers in Japan. Like, look at how that fucking former sumo wrestler, like almost champion guy. Look at the way he was fighting me in Japan. Like, they were dope, and they definitely could have probably fucking picked me up and like flipped me around like a goddamn pizza, okay? And he didn't do that. They didn't do that at all, because it was like because they're professional and confident in their abilities and not being like weird and lame. This is how it was started.
Anybody, your wife, right?
Absolutely not, Sean.
it's so odd because like aren't they all on board with the same politics too? Like that's what I also don't understand. Like, aren't they in line? Like, don't they believe the same shit? I'm a good baseball player. I'm not going to throw my hardest to a noob novice. Yeah, like imagine throwing fucking heaters at a child who's only played softball up to this moment. You know what I mean? Just fucking a 95-mile slammer that you're just laying into. Sneako is a child? No, dummy, but his expertise in the field of combat would be akin, especially in comparison to a fucking former middleweight champion. It would be like if a professional baseball player was throwing absolute fucking heaters at a child, okay? Paris from Mage, I'm a retired I'm fight me IRL, oiled up. I'm a retired NFL linebacker. I can punk you, bud. There are actually retired NFL players, what's his name, that are HasanAbi heads. So I don't know if this dude is memeing or not. There is actually what do you call it? What's his face? Come on, the guy who is he's a Heisman winner too, I think, right? Or he's an NFL Super Bowl winner, not a Heisman winner. Who's a Hasan? Yeah, not a Heisman winner. Thomas Crabtree, big time HasanAbi head. No, not Arian Foster, but Arian Foster also is like sometimes, you know. Yeah, Aaron Hernandez. No way, Crabtree's HasanAbi head. Yeah, he's like, I forget what his name is in the chat. Yeah, famous Aaron Rodgers, HasanAbi head. Aaron Rodgers is a Joe Rogan head. We know that already. A skilled fighter doesn't need to hurt someone to embarrass them. He honestly could have just ruined Sneako's day and still made whatever his point was with leg kicks and body shots and not done permanent damage. This conversation is insane. Thank you. Please. Jesus Christ. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills because there's like hella people. Oh yeah, here you. Bro, look at this. I'm gambling channel points on this shit on a Friday night. Watching fucking Never Kevers, former Green Bay Packers Super Bowl champion. This convo is insane because we're talking about insane people. I know, but like doing decent analysis, in my opinion, in a situation like this requires you to like drop the insanity for a brief moment and have like and develop a better understanding for every side, regardless of whether or not it's like two fucking weird, bigoted losers laying into one another or getting laid in on. Because we're talking about this not from the perspective of like whose politics is worse, because I don't know whose politics is worse, really. They're both pretty fucking awful. It's just that like one is infinitely more skilled in the field of actual professional fighting and the other isn't. All jokes aside, though. Okay. You know, I think Sneako does have a humiliation fetish. I do. It's not even a joke at this point. Like he likes it. He likes it. He has to like it.
Absolutely not, Sean. We don't do that over here.
I respect that, bro.
Okay.
When we gonna fucking spar, bro? I heard we're gonna set that shit up and get it out.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready. I think that'd be fun.
Wait, it wasn't even like a aggro situation? That's fucking nuts. That was supposed to be a friendly spar? That's the energy he brought to a friendly spar? Dude, that shit sucks, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Bro, he's such a dick. That's so lame. Straight up, that's lame as fuck.
How long are you in town for?
I'll be in town for a couple more days. But boxing, though, MMA is a little, I don't know if that's going to be...
You ever had a boxing fight?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
We are wrestling tomorrow at 11.
Wrestling?
No, I'll box, but we'll wrestle. I'll give you a couple rounds.
Okay, I'm supposed to train with Jake Shields tomorrow, so if you want to come at the same time.
Where is
Jake
the training?
Shields?
We're gonna
Oh
go
my
to the-
God. Every part of this is awful. Skinhead hits black guy for free. Yeah, except like the black guy is a literal fucking Nazi right now. Like openly. So I don't know. Like I said, I don't know who's in this, who in this situation is worse. I don't fucking know. Do you understand? Like it's literally Nazi on Nazi violence. Okay, Sneako is Blasian.
The UFC arena.
At 11?
I think right after prayer, so like maybe 2 o'clock. But I can go early.
Yeah, let's not bring race into this mid-off. There's no race is not playing a role here. Okay, I don't think this is a instance of. It's like they got friendly fire on. Okay, friendly fire was not off in this Nazi parade.
I don't know about that shit, dude, but I got you, bro. We'll be at 11.
All right, I'll see you there.
Bring Shields, bro. I invite him to come wrestle with us, too.
Okay.
Anybody?
This is Azov. Yeah, this is Azov versus Wagner type beat is true. Exactly. It's just they're just going at it, and you're in the sidelines looking at it, going, "What the fuck's happening here?" Sean Strickland has said in an interview it would be amazing to kill an opponent in the octagon. Yeah. You are right. Sean probably hates Sneako more because he's a streamer versus his race. Yeah. I don't know. It's also like weird and kind of, I don't know. Maybe, like I said, maybe I'm being a pussy, but it's like, I feel like it's total weak bitch shit to just like do this to a person that you very clearly, everyone knows can do this to a, like you, everyone knows you can do that to a person. You don't have to prove anything, you know? That's why it's like really funny when losers online are like, fight this person, fight that person. It's like, bitch, I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover. Okay. Even though the person that they're putting up, it doesn't matter. Like some of those people I could beat up. I don't think Andrew Tate is one of those people. I think Andrew Tate could probably beat me up. I mean, he is a literal fucking kickboxer. He has fought professionally. Right. And I've brought that up. I've like openly mentioned that many times, and people go, "Oh, he admitted it, dude." It's like, yeah, because I'm a reasonable human. It's so dumb. You would crack motherfuckers? Are you kidding me? I mean, look, I've been in a lot of fights in my youth. Okay, I don't like it. I'm not a fan of fights, and I didn't win all the time either. You know, I've won plenty of fights, and I've lost a decent amount of fights as well. It's not my favorite thing. But this is not like a real I'm not talking about like a real fight. I'm talking brawls. I've never trained. I've never fight trained, and I've never actually I've never actually been in like a professional fighting setting or even amateur fighting at all. Punching someone in the head doesn't actually feel good. It just feels better than being punched. Yeah, I would agree with that. You got your ass kicked. I've gotten fucking pummeled on for sure. Dude, I got fucking sucker punched and knocked out before. Yeah. I've also beat a lot of ass too, but I mean, this is not like, I don't think this comes from a place of, I don't think people understand. This doesn't come from a place of being like I don't have any fear of admitting that. It's dumb as fuck. It is the stupidest shit I've ever done. What is this high school ass argument? Yeah, I'm a 32-year-old man. Like, you're acting like the guy that got upset at Larry David? Me? Wait, You think me saying Sean Strickland is like being insecure and opening up that hard on a fucking random streamer is actually the same? Is it? Oh, you're joking. Okay. I thought you were gonna be like, dude, you're being like, you're over here talking like you're fucking like I'm Judd Apatow.
The only thing I'm jealous about Hasan is the fact that he has a 6'3" frame, and he is, you know, I'm actually,
What is this?
I want to put muscle on that guy so fucking bad, man. Dude, if he goes insanely hard, he could just be so fucking jacked. He's already pretty fucking jacked, but I want to see him. I want to go see him full trend.
No,
Full
please
TRT.
don't take my job. That would be almost as bad as having to watch the top of the hour at break.
I want to see him go.
What the fuck? Dude, yeah. Trend hard and never give up and eat clean. You know what I mean?
Go
That
insane.
kind of
I
thing.
want to see him go like Canute mode. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. He
would
has such an insane frame.
I do love, I mean, look, I love and admire people who are able to do that to themselves. I will always respect that. I can't do that, okay? I cannot do that. I will not do that. VO has the same bot with your voice. Yeah. Trend hard, eat clean, and never give up. And never give up. Have you reacted to the same Sulik yet? The GOAT? Yes. Gotta eat cake and pizza can't cut too good. What's your thoughts on Niji Sanji being a black company? What? What does this... Are any of these words in the Bible? I have no clue what you just said. I also don't really understand. Like, does that mean they are owned by black people? Like, what the fuck? He's talking VTuber drama. Black company is a specific term. Okay, I don't know anything about VTuber drama. Please don't bring me into this. I don't know. I can't deal with... Listen. Guys, I can't deal with another fucking group of stans that come after me and like want to kill me, okay? Well, I guess VTuber fans are the only group of people that won't like actually genuinely come after and kill me, but who knows? Anyway. Buraku Kigyo. Buraku Gaisha, also referred to in English as a black corporation or black business, is a Japanese term for an exploitative sweatshop type employment system. Oh, okay. All right. Well, sorry if that happened to you, or congratulations type. Yeah, exactly. It's like that sounds not good. Okay. That sounds not good, guys. That's my take. Please don't get mad at me. Or it is good, depending on who's asking. Okay. That's all I said. VTuber fandom is very adjacent to the right, always, sadly. It's so weird because, like, there are a lot of VTuber fans who are right-wing, but there are a lot of more VTubers themselves who are not right-wing at all. You have, like, I think there's a lot of HasanAbi heads in the VTuber community as, like, the actual VTubers themselves. There are a lot of leftist VTubers. But in the fandom, I think like there's probably a decent amount of right wing. You know? That guy you showed was awesome. Yeah, LordAethelstan. Yeah. Speaking of fandoms, would Luffy be pro-Palestine? Luffy would probably give the Palestinians a piece of land with full autonomy, but he wouldn't pick a side because it's too messy. Yeah, these people are fucking delusional, okay? That's crazy. R/One Piece out of control with this. Luffy is unconditionally free Palestine till it's backwards. 1000%. Dude, so many One Piece stands fucking get absolutely nutty mode. They get so mad that I've like ruined. In their eyes, I've ruined their favorite anime by talking about how political it is. And I've brought forward, they think that you guys weren't already fucking fans of One Piece. Okay? Like, they think that you guys became fans of One Piece and like shit it up personally. That it wasn't because like you're fans of mine and also fans of One Piece because One Piece is a very political anime. They think that like I got you guys all into One Piece and now we've like fucked up the fandom by making their gum anime political. And it is very dumb because no, there's a lot of fucking One Piece fans who are also fans of mine. That's how I got into One Piece to begin with. And not only that, but also it is a fucking political anime, whether you appreciate it as such or not. Okay? Yeah. If you're going to cover the current VTuber drama, you should be warned it does involve attempted self-unalive. No, I'm not going to cover the VTuber drama. I have no idea what's going on there. What? Can you watch some of this guy today? Lee County, Florida sheriff who thinks he's God.
Thugs off the streets. Welcome to Operation Zero Chill.
Damn, dude, look at all these guys holding up the fentanyl without dying. That's crazy. I think there is. Oh, God, this guy. Fuck, man. Oh, God, here we go. Here's another one, dude. Here's another one. This is literally the most. I mean, look, he is almost identical to the legend who did this before him, okay? That's right. I'm talking about Louisiana's very own. I'm talking about Louisiana's very own representative, now representative. What's his fucking name? Clay Higgins. That's right. Not Steven Seagal, not Where Mama At. I'm talking Clay Higgins. Hell yeah. The drug house now closed down by Clay. You just got clayed on. You better pray to God. When the woke sky comes crashing down on you, you better be praying to God. If you don't have a God, you better be praying to Allah because Clay Higgins is coming for you. Yeah, you better pray to God. You better clay to God. Nice, man. Sick. Fuck this
You want
guy.
to be a law enforcement officer? I need 20 hard charges.
You want to be a law enforcement officer? You got to look like a thumb. What is this hair, bro? Get a fucking haircut. Let it go, dog. You ain't fooling nobody with this shit. Let it fucking go, homie. What is happening here? I love that these guys also always have to be like, I'm a cop, by the way. Bitch, we know. Look at the way you look, homie. You don't need to wear the sheriff badge on your goddamn chest, okay? I immediately can clock this guy's cop behavior from 7 miles away.
You tired of shoveling snow, working in the cold, working in an area where people don't support you? You come work here. You have a scruff, you have tattoos. That works great for me. Come work with me and let's keep paradise paradise. Work where you're supported. Come join my family at the Lee County Sheriff's Office.
This is DEI, but for cops. Police, DEI for the police is, hey, you got scruff? You got face tats? Fucking don't care. We got that woke shit, you know, DEI. Well, what is it called? When I can't say the N-word to you, right? We got that. We got the cop DEI. Listen. We're harassing all kinds of minorities, okay? Black people. A lot of people think we're only joining the fucking Los Santos Police Department to harass black people. Guess what? We're harassing Mexicans too, and Mexicans of different variety. I heard there's Chinese Mexicans now. We're going to go find them. Lee County Sheriff and Director pseudo plot to plant drugs in a false arrest. Wow, shocking. Shocking. Wow, look at this guy. Yeah, I heard there's new Mexicans in Iran. And they're coming over the Mexican border, and we're going to find them, and we're going to apprehend them. He calls the jail there the Marcano Motel. Yeah, maybe he should go to the Marcano Motel, you know? Seemingly, he deserves a visit. This is illegal. Why are they allowed to do this without any kind of legal repercussions? In the suit, Mark Riley, a realtor, claimed he was falsely and illegally arrested on charges of drug possession in 2021. Hasan, you think this is fucked up when Lee County Sheriff Carmine Marcano does it, but you thought it was awesome when Saul Goodman, also known as Jimmy McGill, tried to do that to Howard Hamlin. And to that I say, yes, you're right, because, well, actually, no, I don't think it was okay that Saul Goodman did that to Howard Hamlin, actually. I think Howard Hamlin is kind of the GOAT, and I feel like he's never done anything wrong. Like, with the exception of, I guess, putting Kim Wexler, hot shot attorney Kim Wexler in doc review. Outside of, like, putting hot shot attorney Kim Wexler in doc review, he literally didn't do anything bad. Howard was a cokehead. Don't slander Jimmy. You guys are fucking bullshit. I will ride for this till the day I die. Okay? It is a genuine, it is an abortion what happened to him. Okay? It is so fucked up. He was ableist to Chuck. Chuck was ableist. What do you mean he was ableist to Chuck? Chuck did not have a valid clinical situation. That's the whole point. He was not ableist to Chuck. At first, you know what's really good about Better Call Saul is that it is unironically originally presented as like Howard Hamlin being a fucking piece of shit. And then you find out that he's not a piece of shit at all. He's just like kind of a good guy who's regularly getting fucked over. And like his entire point is that, yeah, he is definitely a nepotism beneficiary. Okay. But he was like one of the only people who was like an objectively, I would say, good person in the show, with both their actions, with both, well, not him alone. The other lawyer too. Howard, objectively good. The other lawyer in the other Arizona facility, actually most of the other lawyers are good. Now that I think about it, except for fucking Jimmy. The McGills were assholes. Okay. Yeah. Cliff is a good guy. Cliff is a good guy. And so is Howard. And so is even the guy that like was defending the fucking old folks home. Like on the side of like the exploitative old folks home. Even he's a good guy. Even he's not a bad guy. Only true haters love Jimmy no matter what. Yeah, Jimmy is such a piece of shit, dude. Like, as much as I love Bob Odenkirk, like Jimmy is a very bad person. He is a massive scumbag. So I feel like you guys got the wrong lesson if you're like, nah, Jimmy's sick. That's the whole point of the show, is that he's a awful, corrupting, cancerous influence on everyone around him. People always get the wrong lesson. They loved Walt too. I mean, I love Jimmy as a character, but he is objectively a genuine scumbag, like a bad fucking dude. Clipping this and sending it to Mr. Beast. Oh no. The only lawyer you can trust? Yeah, Bird Law. We all love Tony Soprano. Bro, I think Tony Soprano has more redeeming qualities. Well, I guess Jimmy does too. Him being a public defender and doing public defender shit all the time is a pretty solid redeeming quality. Skylar acted the way 99% of any mom and wife would, and people are like, this fucking bitch cheated on Walt. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, what is this guy doing?
Present deadly physical force at one of our schools. We're not waiting 1 second.
Why is he like goading school shooters? Like, he's like, yeah, do a school shooting. I dare you. Come on, I'll give you the fucking gun myself.
Present deadly physical force at one of our schools. We're not waiting 1 second. We are going to kill you because you can't kill evil enough.
That's awesome. This guy fucking, what a clown ass. All right. Yeah, but she got on my nerves. Least racist HasanAbi mod. I kind of agree. What are we talking about? Jimmy always took care of his brother. Yeah, that's true. Despite Chuck being an objective piece of shit. All right. Speaking of misunderstood characters who get a bad rap for no fucking particular reason. Brando. That's right. Let's get to the goddamn news, okay? Biden says memory is fine after a special counsel report released. Now, of course, we covered this extensively yesterday. I'm sure my video will be out on this. But, yeah, this is a quick update for everybody that wasn't here yesterday when the situation was materializing in real time. Special prosecutor comes out with a report that features in its 388 total pages a bunch of damning items like Joe Brandon did actually violate the law. He did actually retain and disclose classified information to people without a top secret security clearance. He was not supposed to do that. And but also he did cooperate with the authorities immediately, and therefore maybe he's not super guilty of it, and it would be hard to convict. Now, of course, that wasn't the only reason why he thought it was Brandon would be hard to convict. He also very clearly, under no uncertain terms, said that it would be hard because a jury would absolutely look for reasonable doubt because he would come across as an old, senile man with a kind heart. Now that's, and with memory issues. And part of the reason why he made this assessment, even though it's not technically a professional assessment, the only professional assessment here is like whether this is easy to prosecute or not type situation, right? Because he's saying this is how a jury would think, which makes sense. He said this is how a jury would think, which makes sense because, like, it's obviously not a major crime. It's obviously not like the worst crime of all time. And given that it's not the worst, like, it's not like he drove a car into an orphanage while he was drunk driving or some shit. You know what I mean? Preempting his genocide dare defense. Interesting take, maybe. But of course, liberals got very mad, big mad about this, and they were like, "This prosecutor is so fucking one-sided. He's phony. He's compromised. You know, he's got Mickey Mouse rings." That's what they said.
President Biden angry and defiant.
My memory is fine.
In a hastily called evening news conference.
I mean, let's keep it $150. I love yelling at random shitters. Okay, and I think more people should do that. So it's very cool that Brandon literally did that. He went, he wanted to steal Tucker Carlson and Vladdy Pooh's thunder, and he went live, and he just unloaded on a gaggle of press. I have to pee while he does that now.
The president responding directly to special counsel Robert Hur's report on his handling of classified documents.
Mr. President, on the document!
That included a blistering assessment of the 81-year-old's age and what the report called his diminished faculties in advancing age. The president slamming Hur's assessment that he did not remember when his son Beau died.
How in the hell dare he raise that? I don't need anyone. I don't need anyone to remind me when he passed away.
The remarks coming hours after the special counsel said our investigation uncovered evidence that President Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency, but said no criminal charges are warranted in this matter, adding that a jury would likely see the president as a sympathetic, well-meaning, and elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm well-meaning, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing.
Moments later, the president confusing Mexico and Egypt when talking about the crisis in Gaza.
The president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow humanitarian material to get in.
The special counsel said Mr. Biden kept documents about Afghanistan marked classified and notebooks with handwritten entries implicating intelligence sources and methods.
These assertions are not only misleading, they're just plain wrong.
Prosecutors say these photos show classified documents improperly stored in a badly damaged box near a collapsed dog crate in the president's Delaware garage. A separate special counsel is investigating former President Trump's alleged mishandling of classified information found at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Mr. Trump, who has pleaded not guilty to 40 federal criminal counts, blasting the lack of charges against President Biden, calling it a two-tiered system of justice. But the Her report says there are clear differences, saying Mr. Biden alerted authorities about the documents and cooperated with the investigation, while Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite, enlisting others to destroy evidence and then to lie about it. So why speak out? Late last night, White House officials, sources tell NBC News, concluded that the president needed to address the special counsel's most damning allegations head on to show his anger. They found the attacks on his memory, in the words of one source, gratuitous, and believed it was critical that the president call out what they see as purely political criticism from her, who they argue was concerned about potential backlash from conservatives for not charging President Biden with a crime. Savannah.
All right, Peter, thank you. When I get more on this, the fallout, the report, and President Biden's response, NBC's senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson is with us. Hallie, as you look at this and analyze this, I mean, it's a body blow to President Biden in a place where he already was vulnerable.
Yep. This is the worst aspect of Brandon. Okay. Like, other than from the way that, like, I guess the actual voters in the United States of America care about. Obviously, the worst thing that Biden has done is completely allow genocide to continue and fund and facilitate it, obviously. But voters don't care about that, or at least likely voters don't care about that for the most part. They're old, they're rich, and they've been fed a healthy diet of pro-Israel propaganda their entire lives. However, the one thing that voters do recognize is the fact that Joseph Robinette Brandon is fucking old. He's really old. That's it. Anyone who tries to come at me and tell me that my man is not old as hell is delusional. Okay? It's crazy. Voters are going to remember. He cannot remember his own son's death. I think that part he neutralized, I guess, to a certain degree. But I just, he's young, but counting from 100 down. Stop hating. Yeah. So I don't know why people basically run this narrative or try to like defend the narrative that Brandon isn't coming across as like old. Or they try to say that it's actually like clips that he gets hit with, and that's the reason why he translates as old on camera, or that he has a stutter, and that's why he said the president of Mexico is El Sisi. Like, that's not, no, he's just old, man. I don't know why you're trying to, you look delusional when you say that. You know what I mean? Oh, y'all are so funny dunking on an 81-year-old man's poor memory. Like you don't use a password manager, lose your phone anywhere from 6 to 30 times a day, and dig the piece of box out of the garbage to check bake time. Okay. I think this might have been a joke, but I don't know. Legitimately, this post is a sign that Biden and the Democratic Party are beyond help. That Cope is almost on the exact level as haters and your haters in absolute insanity. Yeah, I don't really know. I assume that might be a joke because like there's no fucking shot that person is like, that person is saying that seriously, like comparing it to the president, you know? The man is 15 years older than the average life expectancy when he was born. Yeah, so Anyway, it is kind of cooked that like a lot of people are basically saying like, no, you don't get it. Like, there's a reason for this, and it's actually good. No, you don't get it. Like, Biden is actually, he's old, but so is Trump. Like, no, man, he doesn't translate on camera to be mentally coherent for an extended period of time in the same way that Trump does. That's it. Okay, they're both old. So is Bernie Sanders. But if you were to tell me, like, who is more there, who has more going on up there between Bernie Sanders, who's older, and Joe Biden, I would say Bernie Sanders. Like, that's the difference, especially at that age. Like, some people are blessed and some people are not. Okay, Joe Brandon, not blessed in that department. Okay. Yeah, Bernie forgets words too, like the word ceasefire or the word apartheid state or the word genocide. Those are words that Bernie Sanders has forgotten, possibly because he's old. Okay, it happens. However, having said that, that was a good take, chatter. However, having said all of that, this is more of an optics situation, and a lot of Americans care about politics from the perspective of optics. That's it. It's odd that people still refuse to reckon with that reality. Okay. Mike from PA is trying to manipulate the libs. Yeah. Mike from PA, this reeks of desperation. What are you doing, dog? Oh, no. Oh no, they're going to be in. They're going to recognize that you're this is a fake out. Where are my K-hivers at? Why are none of you telling Biden, that white man, to step aside? He's going to lose the election for Kamala. Respect. We're K-hivers, dude. Oh, Jesus. Do you think his age will affect voter turnout, or do lubes not care? No, his age will affect voter turnout. Of course it affects voter turnout. Voter turnout is dictated not by like simply the people who always reliably vote, but also all of the other demographics that maybe aren't as likely to vote under different circumstances. A couple of things that always elect voter turnout is whether they like the candidate or not, what his approval ratings look like, or on either side. Like, for example, negative campaigning oftentimes has the capacity to depress voter turnout, right? And there is nothing, I would say, that is more negative than having one really old guy who's like indicted, okay, who has like 100 charges on him for seemingly never being able to stop himself from doing crimes and schemes in general. And then another even older guy who's doing a fucking genocide and doesn't even recognize that that's happening. Partially because he's, an ultra-Zionist, sure, but also because he's fucking old and demented. You know what I mean? It sucks. That doesn't really spell a lot of enthusiasm for turnouts, especially from the perspective of like people that don't normally go out and vote in every election. Because for some reason, people, especially in the Democratic Party, I would say, forget that the Democrats are supposed to win your vote and not vice versa. Like, we don't have a moral obligation to vote Democrat, and that like they have to win your vote, and they have to demonstrate why they are worthy of winning your vote again by showing their competence in office. But in our weird duopoly, that's completely cast aside, and people go, excuse me, it's 98% Hitler voting time, and you're going to like it. You know? It's so odd that Americans fantasize about how terrible other systems are, other electoral systems are, and then we'll literally be like, if you're not a party loyalist, you're going to get deported, and I'm going to sit here and enjoy the show. It's like, what the fuck? So you just want, you want like Chi-Com style governance then. That's what you want. It's just like, it's team sport. It's also not very different than like the way Trumpers operate in general. So, you know, having said all that, situation looks dire.
How damaging do you think this could be?
Well, here's another phrase for it, gut punch. That's the way that one source described it to me on the Democratic side, Savannah. To see these quotes specifically about memories, specifically about mental state of President Biden here. And that is partly because it validates in many ways, again, in the eyes of some Biden allies, the preconceived notions, the preconceived concerns that voters already have about the president. We already know that 3/4 of voters, based on our most recent poll, believe that they do have concerns about President Biden, his age, his mental fitness for the job, essentially. And what this is doing, it is going directly at that, Savannah. That is part of why you are seeing, I think, a level of concern among those in the Democratic Party about how this plays out, what the fallout could potentially be. Now, listen, there's often much said about Democratic bedwetting, if you will. I did speak with one person who said, listen, some of these concerns when it comes to November could end up being overblown. But I do think that there are those close to the president who are in that orbit who believe that this could be potentially damaging for him down the road. Savannah.
Bad reference there. Okay, I'm sorry. Ooh, not looking too good. You don't want to invoke things that commonly happen to people who lose their mental faculties when talking about Brandon. You know what I mean? This is a real life fallen and I can't get up type situation, okay? Anyway, do you think this stays in anyone's minds all the way to fall? People forget entire ass wars in a few weeks. Wait, what? The problem isn't that people will remember the Mexico flub or anything like that or the special prosecutor's report. The problem is that next week, Biden is going to literally do another public appearance and he is going to have another flub and another one and another one. He's going to forget that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. He's going to be like, look alive, Jack. There's no ad breaks out here. And you don't have to subscribe, but you do. Because for $5 or for free, you can avoid the top of the hour ad break. Okay? So like, it's not like Biden is magically gonna stop being old. It's the one thing. It's his biggest weakness, and it's unfortunately the only thing time can't fix. So, you know, that's a one-way train, baby, and the train has left the goddamn station. Do you feel me? Next week, he's just a week older, so more likely that he will have more flubs, more gaffes. So the idea that like this will pass, yeah, they won't remember exactly why they felt like Biden was old from specifically February 8th, 2024, but they will know that Biden is old and he's falling asleep on the wheel. Like, even as it pertains to Israel-Palestine, I brought this up, like the way that he has dealt with the situation from the eyes of the voter. I put my fucking electoral hat on, okay? I put my Mr. DNC analyst hat on for a moment, for those of you to understand a little bit better. If I'm a DNC guy, if I'm a wonk, if I'm a policy guy, if I'm a, let's say, a person tasked with electing Joe Biden, okay? I look at the situation with Israel-Palestine. I look at a lot of the demographics that he is supposed to captivate, okay? And bring forward like the same demos that actually got him over the finish line in the last election, right? I recognize that a lot of young people in America don't have the same approach to Israel no more, right? And I also look at the situation in front of me. Biden looks weak. He looks old. He looks feeble. He looks like he's asleep on the wheel. Okay? And there is no better way to reinforce that narrative over and over again to the public when you have a genuine mismatch in your way of communicating what our most important ally, Israel, is doing in the fucking Middle East, specifically in Gaza. You don't have to be like a woke pro-Palestinian guy to look at the situation where Biden keeps saying, like, look alive, Jack. We're gonna dial it back on Israel. Like, Benjamin Netanyahu, I promise he's gonna dial it back. Actually, like, oh, it's but also no red lines, no red lines. But also, I'm gonna keep giving you guns. But also, don't do that as much. And there will be a two-state solution. And you say that, and then Benjamin Netanyahu, your literal welfare recipient, okay, goes on television and in no uncertain terms openly says, abso-fucking-lutely not will there not be a two-state solution. We love doing genocide. I'm going to keep genociding the Amalek or whatever the fuck. That makes Biden look bad. It makes him look weak. It makes him look incredibly weak. It reinforces the very same fears that many Americans have. I'm not even kidding. Like, if he was unconditionally in support of Israel without any kind of like, oh, we got to stop. If he was pulling a John Fetterman, at least he would look stronger. You know what I mean? If he was pulling a John Fetterman and going, yeah, no, I love Israel. Shut the fuck up. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. I don't give a fuck. Those are Muslim dogs. Sure, obviously, a lot of young people will be like, that's gross and disgusting. But at least to the people that are definitely going to go out and vote, he would look stronger. He would lose all the Dems. There's a better way to message. There's a reason why, in the eyes of the American public, in the eyes of the electorate, they think Donald Trump would be better on Israel than Joe Biden. Okay? Do you understand? Like, this is an often forgotten perspective. Do I think Joe Biden is handling Israel better than Donald Trump? No, I think Joe Biden is handling Israel in the exact same ways as Donald Trump would be, or maybe Donald Trump would be worse. But when you're already at the brink of, when you're already doing ethnic cleansing, like, there's very little room for movement in the other direction anyway. Okay? You can't tell me that Donald Trump would be better for Palestinians than Joe Biden. You can't. Okay? Because Biden's Israel handling is almost identical to Trump's and a continuation of Trump's in many ways. So, having said all of that, that is the reason why more Americans think Trump would be doing a better job on Israel than Biden, because at least Trump's message would be probably in line with what America's actions are. Does that make sense? Like, he comes across as a strong leader who is unconditionally protecting our allies. Biden, on the other hand, comes across as a weak leader, asleep at the wheel, and can't manage the conflict. I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say here, okay? Biden mixes up a county and you still talk about it 24 hours later. Trump mixes up a country and you don't even mention it. That's so funny that you think I didn't mention the Trump mix-up of the country, because I did. I didn't see it while I was streaming. I do love when people say, Hasan, you like want Trump to be elected, because like, I don't make it a secret that I despise the Republican Party, despise conservatism in all forms, and especially Donald Trump as a manifestation of all of those things. But I did mention it. I mentioned it last night. It's a classic mistake. However, Hungarians are not Turks.
Anywhere in the world.
Yeah, here it is.
Viktor Orban. Did anyone ever hear of him? He's probably like one of the strongest leaders anywhere in the world. And he's the leader of...
This was in October or something. It just got reposted yesterday. So one thing that you don't understand, though, is that Trump flubs all the time. He gaffes all the time. He's also a gaffe machine. However, the analysis on whether or not a candidate is all there is a purely optics and vibes based analysis. And the reality is, and I've repeated this time and time again, Trump is insane, but he's mentally coherent. Biden tries to present himself as a sane person, but he comes across as incoherent, low energy, and sometimes senile. Okay? It is how charitable you are to that president, how much you are willing to forget. Wait, what? Trump is old too? That is not correct. He literally mentioned it earlier. Yeah, Biden doesn't have the same finesse that he used to have. A younger version of Biden would have been able to message correctly around this issue while still supplying bombs to Israel. Yeah. So that's the issue. And under no uncertain, I'm not saying like Trump is a better leader than Joe Biden at all. I'm not saying that at all. As a matter of fact, I'm always mad at Joe Biden for continuing Trump's awful Israel policies. But in the way that like the American voter base analyzes this stuff, vibes play a significant role. Vibes play a big role in the matter, and the vibes are fucked when it comes to Biden. Everybody correctly sees the way Biden looks and acts and talks and says he's old. The way people think about Trump, however, is not that he's old, is that he's despotic. He is a potentially very authoritarian second term that will greatly accelerate America's fascist demise. That is the exact opposite of old. They think he's powerful and scary. And why am I saying this? I'm saying this because that's what the polls show. A big chunk of Americans, including those who are interested in voting for Trump, consistently mark him as a potentially authoritarian leader. That's terrifying. The fact that there are Republicans in the polls that say he's authoritarian and that's why I want to vote for him, and the Democrats say he's authoritarian, means that a lot of people read him as a scary figure, not a senile figure. You don't have to ban everyone that says I'm a tanky immediately. You know, it's hard to message someone as both scary / despotic and senile. Yeah. What do you think his approval rating will be if it was Biden from 20 years ago? Here's a great example of what it would look like. Tell me if you think the Biden that you saw last night in any way, shape, or form resembles the Biden from not that long ago, from 8 years ago, right? I want to show you a different Brandon. A Brandon from 2016. Okay, hold on. I'm going through my likes to try to find this Brandon, and I cannot find it for the life of me. Where is this Brandon? Here, I'm going to find it. Hold on. This is Joe Brandon from, I retweeted it, but it's gone. I think the account that posted it deleted it or something. Oh, never mind. I don't know why it's not showing up in my likes. This is Joe Brandon from just 8 years ago. Now tell me if this is the type of Brandon that would, tell me how you think this Brandon would perform in the polls.
You know, if Bernie Sanders never said he was a democratic socialist, based on what he's saying, people wouldn't be calling him a democratic socialist. That's how he characterizes himself in sort of European terms, the democratic socialist parties in Europe.
But why is she having trouble?
Well, I think that Bernie is speaking to a yearning that is deep and real, and he has credibility on it. And that is the absolute enormous concentration of wealth in a small group of people, with the middle class now being able to be shown being left out. There used to be a basic bargain. If you contributed to the profitability of an enterprise, you got to share in the profit. That's been broken.
Dog, this ain't in the 90s, okay? This is 2016. When he ran and dropped out. Which, by the way, thanks, Obama. Okay? Turns out, we could have completely avoided a Trump. Okay? We could have completely avoided a fucking Trump if Obama hadn't told this old fuck to not run and basically say, hey, you don't want to come third place. Technically, he didn't run. He gave up because Bo died. Wait, am I misremembering? No, he wanted to run. He wanted to run in 2016, but his son had passed. But the real story isn't, unless I'm misremembering, no, this is the real story. Obama, I'm pretty sure, gave him a call and said, you don't want to be in a fucking Best Western sitting by yourself. I'm paraphrasing, but like I almost remember the exact terms. He called him up and he said, you don't want to be sitting in a Best Western in like fucking Wisconsin or whatever by yourself, coming third place to Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton. Yeah. Yep, this is it. New York Times reports. Former President Obama in 2015 pushed former Vice President Joe Biden not to run for president in 2015. I think the real reason why he did not want Joe Brandon to run, of course, was because he most likely just wanted Hillary to not get a split ticket vote situation and then end up losing out to Bernie Sanders. Ironic, because he should have given that call to fucking Hill Dog. Do you think he would have beaten Trump in 2016? I don't know. I think so. Yeah, I do think so, actually. I think that people were looking for someone who wasn't an partisan institutionalist, which Joe Biden clearly was. But I think even Hillary could have beaten Donald Trump, and she just campaigned poorly. It was so close that he didn't do Benghazi. No, Benghazi is fucking bullshit. They just hated. Everybody fucking hated Hillary Clinton. That's it. Anyway, according to the Times, Obama gently pressed Biden on his 2016 presidential ambitions over several weeks. He then ultimately had a strategist deliver a discouraging assessment of Biden of his odds in the race against the then frontrunner Hillary Clinton. What does it say? Mossad's. The president was not encouraging Biden, later said, according to the New York Times. Obama believed at the time Clinton, who would become the Democratic presidential nominee and lose to President Trump in the general election, had the best chance to win, according to the Times. Obama also didn't think Biden was in the right state of mind to campaign for president. Wait, where's that line? He didn't fucking put it. The actual line that Obama apparently delivered is bars, okay? The actual line that Barack Obama delivered to Joe Biden is straight bars. I've talked about it before, where he's like, you don't want to be third place, sitting in a fucking hotel by yourself, okay? You don't want to be third place to Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, sitting by yourself in a fucking hotel room, you know? It was a very poetic way that he put it, even though, you know, turns out, shouts out to Barack Obama. Thanks, Obama. You fucked it. Okay. You fucked it and you fucked it again and again and again and again. Now, why am I showing you this? Okay. This was the Brandon back then.
Wages are
But
stagnant.
Hillary's talking about that as well.
Well, it's relatively new for Hillary to talk about that. Hillary's focus has been on other things up to now, and that's been Bernie's. No one questions Bernie's authenticity on those issues.
So that's Brandon in 2016. Here's Brandon last night.
I'm of the view, as you know, that the conduct of the response in the Gaza Strip has been over the top. I think that, as you know, initially, the president of Mexico, Sisi, did not want to open up the gate to allow.
He sounds like he's getting better. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. No, dude, he sounds sexier now. I am really horny for people with 1 HP.
Humanitarian material to get in. I talked to him. I convinced him to open the gate. I talked to Bibi to open the gate on the Israeli side. I've been pushing really hard.
Yeah, he said, Mr. Vice President, you had a remarkable career, and it would be wrong to see it end in some hotel room in Iowa with you finishing third behind Bernie Sanders. That's what he told Joe Brandon, to not fucking run. That wasn't Obama, by the way. It was an Obama advisor. Sorry, it wasn't Obama. Obama said other things, but Obama also urged him not to run. But an Obama advisor said those words, I guess, directly. So, man, Obama really hated everyone around him, huh? How do people like Will Stansel argue that it's just out of context TikTok that make Joe Brandon look senile? It's very clearly every time he talks. They want a job. I think a lot of people want a job, or they just like love being celebrated by people that they care about, like Matty Iglesias or whatever, who do actually have jobs. It's just Twitter shit, dog. A lot of people are just desperate for some kind of like attention and kinship. You know, we're all fucking lonely. We're alienated from our labor. We're isolated. And we sit around and we write stuff and we want people to like us and celebrate us. That's why Will Stansel was like a diehard Elizabeth Warren supporter and used to shit on Biden's mental faculties, and then turned around and now says when Biden's mental faculties have gotten even worse than the election cycle, where he was shitting on Biden's mental faculties. And it was a big no-no, by the way. It was a big no-no to bring this up. Remember, when Biden became the candidate. And remember, like, the president has... How do you know you are not in that situation? What do you mean? How do I know what? How do I know that Biden is not all there? I mean, I see it. I see it with my own 2 eyes. Like, I don't have to understand. Like, my grandmother had Alzheimer's. I didn't have to literally be her to understand that she had Alzheimer's. Like, do you think doctors, for example, lonely, sad, and want to be recognized? Oh, well, I mean, you're playing into it right now, chatter. You're doing exactly what I just mentioned. But also, that's my assessment. It might be wrong, but I think that that's where it comes from. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a political commentator, and in a lot of instances, like, I am, of course, going to speculate. I assume that Will Stansel did not have, like, a genuine change of heart about a person who has become even more senile than like 4 years ago when he was calling them senile, right? I think it's probably another reason. And a lot of people, I think, are motivated by a sense of like being recognized. Yeah. Okay, a truly amazing thing I'm learning is that in private, many people in politics will freely talk about how Biden isn't all there anymore, but many don't care because they want to beat Bernie, intentionally trying to nominate a candidate approaching senility. This is such an insane climax of all the years of DC Dems ignoring how fucking old he is, LeMafiao. I can't believe it. Yeah. I don't know why you sent me this. Is this your tweet? because I don't know what the stage 5 means here. What is this? I feel like this gave my brain a stroke. It's an album meme. No way Hasan will get it. A caretaker meme. I mean, guys, the question remains, like, I said this about Dianne Feinstein. It's like, do you trust this person to drive a car? Okay? And don't do the whole, like, oh, well, a blind person could be president. Like, that's not what I mean, okay? Do you trust this person to drive a fucking car? And if not, then why the fuck do you trust them to drive the country and the nukes? It's an album about Alzheimer's. It's a series of ambient albums that try to emulate the experience of having Alzheimer. Why the fuck? What?
The health of California Senator Dianne Feinstein. The 89-year-old Democrat recently returned to Capitol Hill in a 3-month absence due to a bout of shingles. Her office confirms that she's dealing with some serious complications.
What do you mean? She looks perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about. Look at this, dude. It's so fucked. Oh, no, dude. There's nothing to worry about. What are you guys talking about? What the fuck? You just hate to see a sexy-ass woman have it all? I'm going to hell. How about the people that are propping her up with the fucking stick behind her back? What about the people that are like, no, dude, don't say anything is wrong. There's literally nothing wrong with this. Everything is fine. Yeah, this is some... I mean... Brother, you got shingles at a quarter the age of Feinstein? I got a shingle the 10th the age of Feinstein, okay? Not even a quarter, the 10th. I should have thought she was dead already. Well, she is dead now. She died shortly after this. Compared to our very healthy president 4 years ago... Dude, listen, that's normal, okay? Who amongst us does not have, like... Who amongst us doesn't just start fucking bleeding out of their eye? Like, something terrible, something, like, biblical is happening, okay? Oh, Jesus Christ. What the fuck are we doing? I think it's obviously shitty. I think it's obviously shitty that, you know, Brandon is a corpse. I think it's also even shittier that, like, a lot of Democrats are just basically trying to delude themselves into believing that he's not or something. Or they think that, or maybe they think that, like, other people, if you say it long enough, like other people who can, like, very clearly see it with their own 2 eyes will now change their opinion on it or something. You know? I feel like, listen, I'm sorry. I feel like the way that the Democrats are approaching the subject matter is basically like Will Neff when he talks about fucking the Jets, okay? Like, he knows that the Jets are not going to win, but he wants to believe. You know what I mean? He believed so hard in Aaron Rodgers. He still rides for him. Okay? Aaron Rodgers basically played, what, 4 minutes? Played 4 minutes. And he's still like, come on, it's going to be different this year. And I feel like, and he's still like, come on. Aaron Rodgers is going to come back. He's going to make a return. He's actually going to, you know, bring the... He played 4 snaps. Not even 4 minutes. And I feel like being a Democratic Party loyalist, it's kind of like being a Jets fan at this point. Okay? Yeah, Aaron Rodgers played 75 whole seconds, 4 snaps. Okay? But next year might be different. Trust me. If you believe in him, he will do it. He will do the thing. So they think, I guess the difference is Will kind of deep down inside knows that it's not happening. Whereas some of the Democrats do think that if they keep repeating it, it will move beyond a meme and turn into a reality.
And partly because Republicans are not going to let go on this.
Well, if you look no further than the White House calling for a primetime news conference to address these very issues, that shows the White House considers it to be quite serious.
And so you look at the remarks overnight, Savannah, and again, very interesting here. We don't often see these sort of impromptu news conferences, if you will, from President Biden. He's not, for example, doing a traditional Super Bowl interview. We've talked about that on Sunday here. Part of this, right, is depending on how you see it, gives a sense of how you take away from the remarks, right? And by that, I mean this. Democrats will look at this and say, listen, he was emotional. He really forcefully responded to what Republicans have seized on, which is the idea that he forgot about when his own son died. You saw the president get choked up about that. You saw the president really respond there. At the same time, and this is something that those on the other side of the aisle are pointing to, he confused Mexico and Egypt when he came back to the podium, by the way, after almost walking away. And that is something that you are also seeing people talk about this morning. So it kind of depends on how you look at it.
Oh, just a few seconds, Hallie, but I just have to ask, I mean, listen, neither one of these candidates are young men, let's be honest, okay? And both have...
Yeah, the only thing, they're doing the last bastion of defense, okay? It's the, no you, okay? That's what the Democrats are resorting to because they have nothing else. That's it. That's what they're doing. And like, obviously, I mean, look, Brian Tyler Cohen is doing it here. Biden Harris HQ is doing it. And it's funny because it's like, well, one, Jesse Waters is a fucking idiot. But I think it doesn't, like, I think these people don't understand why people think Biden is senile. People think Biden is senile because he does these gaffes in every single moment. And the handlers around him are aware of this, which is why they greatly limit his appearances. 2 years in a row with no Super Bowl interview, things of that nature. Like moments where he's supposed to have like good media opportunities, he doesn't take. The handlers law. I mean, handlers isn't like people around him. Yes, everyone has handlers. Not like, I'm not saying he has handlers because he's like demented and they have to wheel him out. I mean like handlers in the sense that there are real handlers around every single politician. Even though he does have dementia. So, yeah, AIDS. Exactly. So, it doesn't make sense to try to be like, well, Trump is also senile too. Because, like, no matter what happens, you put both of those guys side by side. Trump, while he does say insane things on a regular basis, comes across as not senile. He comes across as not anywhere near as senile as Brandon does. That's it. Like, remember when Trump did the, I actually am the most mentally competent. Look, I did woman, man, camera, TV. Like, that shit is definitely approaching senility. But Brandon looks even worse than that. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe it's Trump's narcissism, but I feel like Trump has other mental health problems that stop people from paying attention to whether or not he's senile or not. Does that make sense? Like, people are way too focused on the narcissism and the mania and how despotic he is than how senile he might potentially be. Okay? I think his insanity doesn't come from him being old. I think his insanity comes from him being a psychotic narcissist. Brandon, on the other hand, is supposed to be the normie guy. He's supposed to be the guy who is going to restore a sense of order. He has an incredibly long track record, an incredibly long career, longer than people's lives, of being the reasonable center voice in the Democratic Party. He's the elderly statesman. So the expectation is that he's supposed to be more reasonable and normal. In my opinion, if he actually turned around and hit that whole like, I'm not old, Jack, and did more of the Mac Attack style, more dynamic approaches to the media every time he has a media hit, I think, that would probably present better to a broader audience.
Agree. It was too emotional. You're right. Get a good night's sleep on it. Come together, have a nice breakfast, cup of coffee the next morning, and then you're on your game. Dana, thank you so much, and I'm sure I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
South Carolina Governor Kristi Noem joins us now, and we're going to turn around some. Agree. It was too emotional.
Damn, dude, fucking got him. Oh, sure. Like, he should lean into the senile talk? No, they should pump him full of whatever kind of fucking adrenochrome they have in stock and just wheel him out there to fucking freak out on people, okay? Because, like, at least if he freaks out on people, he looks more dynamic. He looks like he's alive, okay? Because right now he's like, he always does the like old man thing where he's like looking down in his notes and he's like quiet. And I always feel like he just looks fragile. Okay. Anytime I see this motherfucker on a podium, he always looks fragile as hell. Like a light breeze is going to take him out. That's not a good look. The president is not projecting strength, folks. I personally don't give a shit. Okay? Because guess what? I, at the very least, understand that it's not like one guy running the show. There are instances where one guy might, I guess, massage the outcomes as long as it's like still leaning in the direction of like American empire, like in Israel, Palestine. Okay? But I understand that it's not Brandon alone doing this shit. Of course not. However, many Americans don't look at it like that. They look at it from the perspective of like, this is the one guy. He's got the nuclear football. Anyway.
Have had senior moments. Donald Trump recently confusing Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi on January 6th. There have been other gaffes about, we're going to start World War II and so forth. Do voters treat them equally in terms of that issue?
They don't, and we see that in the polls. Only 48, fewer than half of voters, Savannah, in our most recent poll, have the same concerns about Donald Trump's age and mental fitness for the job than they do about President Biden. For whatever reason that is something that is a consternation, I think, to Democrats here.
Wait, what's the percentage for Biden? Why didn't they show that?
As they move forward in this campaign season.
All right, Hallie Jackson.
Yeah, okay, 48% for Trump. What's the percentage for Biden? It's like 78, isn't it? No, it's like incredibly fucking high.
And thank you very much.
Like, it's not even a question. Here, there were some interesting moments in the sea of senility, of course. Obviously, like I said, I think he did better.
Let's talk.
I think Brandon performed better than you would expect. Okay? That doesn't mean that he did phenomenally well. I gave it a what? What did I give it last night? Like a 6.5 or a 7.5 out of 10. Okay? Because I thought that like him neutralizing the he forgot his son's death moment, him successfully neutralizing the you forgot your son's death moment was pretty solid. Right? Because like then it's like, whoa, how dare you? I didn't forget my son's death. That's really fucked up. I'm choking up even when I think about it. And then beyond that, I mean, he forgot the church where he got the rosary from. Fine, whatever. People are not really talking about that. But then also, But then also him yelling, I think, about how he's not old. Like, that's still dynamic. It still kind of shows there's a little bit of life in him. I wish he would yell about other shit. Right? But then he fucking boofed it with the whole Mexico flub, and now everyone's talking about it. Of course they're going to talk about it. He has a gaffe every single time. He says, Sisi, president of Mexico.
President Xi starts thinking in terms of Taiwan. He's certainly thinking a lot about it. They weren't.
Yeah, our big, beautiful boys at the NRA conference, but I'm not going to watch this right now. Do you think this tips the election odds at all? Guys, it's not a one-stop situation. What are we talking about? No, this is not going to tip the election. This is just yet another sea of L's that will hurt his re-election campaign, though.
About Democrats' reaction to Joe Biden.
Anyway, Claire McCaskill saying what the special counsel did was clearly political. Look, the Justice Department has a lot of guys like her, okay? The dude who wrote the special prosecutor that was appointed by Merrick Garland, okay? These guys are very similar. I would say like her is he's very similar to not Jim Comey, the other guy. What was his name? The fucking Obama era guy who's like obviously right wing that everyone wanted to fuck. Robert, whatever the other guy, Robert Mueller. I can't believe I forgot his name. So there are a lot of dudes that have worked in the FBI, worked in these kinds of specific prosecutions that are definitely right wing, but also love the law. You know what I mean? Who wanted to fuck Mueller? Are you kidding me? So many goddamn libtards had lost their minds and they were like, oh, I want to fucking clap his cheeks. I want to get my cheeks clapped by him. So there are a lot of dudes who are. There are a lot of dudes. No, Jim Comey too. Jim Comey and Robert Mueller are like, in that same vein, who are definitely right wing, openly so. But while they're definitely right wing, they also care about the law a lot. Like they're institutionalists, right? And I think her is exactly that same kind of dude. He's right wing, but he got appointed for this matter because Merrick Garland thought he would do an honest job so that you could just like destroy any kind of doubt that this is a one-sided affair or that this is like in any way, shape, or form going to be perceived as biased. So I don't believe that like his like the way he wrote that report was over the top or in any way, shape, or form like openly too anti-Biden or anything like that. Okay. But that's what the MSNBC line is.
Biden and the special counsel report yesterday and the press conference last night. What is the impact of yesterday on the Biden presidency?
Well, I think what I'm hearing is there is an acknowledgement that this special counsel went outside the lines. There was no need for him to bring in some of the things he put in the report. Frankly, trying to say that the reason a jury wouldn't convict him is because he's elderly and didn't mean to do it or whatever is silly. A jury wouldn't convict him because he cooperated and immediately wanted to give over the documents, wanted to give them everything, and never tried to mislead them, never tried to hide the documents, never did the stuff that the guy with the orange face down at the golf club did with the...
Oh, God, Claire McCaskill, I hate her so much. I think he definitely knew what he was doing, saying he's too senile to prosecute. That gets them so much more traction than trying to press charges. I mean, I don't think he was like actively trying to undermine Joe Biden's re-election campaign, if that's what you're implying here. Like, I do legitimately think it's an honest assessment that he made. It's a Merrick Garland appointee, guys. You could maybe say that he wanted to not look even remotely partisan. Okay? And that's why he went extra hard. But you can't say that he was like, deliberately trying to fuck Biden over. I don't agree with that. I think, I mean, here, this is like these guys, you can look at their chat, you can look at their track record. Okay? You can look at their fucking track record. These aren't like, this isn't a guy that just came out of nowhere. You know what I mean? You can look at their track record, you can look at their history, you can look at their prosecutorial history, and like which way they've deliberated here. This is Ryan J. Riley, okay, NBC News justice reporter. He said, people can disagree with Robert Hur's language in the report, but it's tough to argue in good faith he's just a partisan hack. Here he is in the middle of Trump's first impeachment trial, speaking about the case against a would-be domestic terrorist who targeted Trump's enemies. U.S. Attorney Robert Hur, who was in court for sentencing today, says Christopher Hasan crossed the line into racist and violent action.
Mr. Hasan held racist and hateful views, and he spoke racist and hateful speech. But Mr. Hasan crossed the line between racist thoughts and racist speech. He crossed the line into racist and violent action. And at that point, when people are preparing to take violent steps, that is when law enforcement needs to step in before harm is done and before lives.
Jeffrey Berman also wrote in his book about how Robert Hur wouldn't adopt a bullshit investigation into John Kerry. The Hur report also completely guts the ridiculous comparisons between the Trump and Biden situation, pointing how much worse Trump's alleged conduct was than Biden's. That's not something a partisan hack does, even if you disagree with his language elsewhere in the report. That's it. This is very important for you to understand, because he also very openly said, like, listen, this is not as bad as a case as like the Trump situation, right? Because there's like very clear-cut evidence for obstruction of justice, like deliberately retaining classified information and routinely lying to the authorities and obstructing justice, trying to get other people to also obstruct justice, lying to your fucking lawyers. Like, there's a shit ton there that is prosecute. Like, there's more to prosecute there with the Trump case. If he's a partisan hack, he doesn't have to mention any of that. That's a different case. Why would he mention this? When you are the first special counsel in history not to indict anybody, there's pressure to criticize and to make, you know, statements that maybe in otherwise you wouldn't make. Ian Sams, a spokesperson for the White House counsel's office, told reporters at the White House on Friday that while the office agrees that the report is gratuitous, he believes Hur may have also felt pressure to take shots at Biden to make up for not indicting him. Do you remember what I just said earlier? In order to make sure that there is no doubt that this guy is not like pro-Biden in any capacity, you might have said he maybe seasoned it up a little bit, okay? But you can't say he's a partisan fucking hack. He is the classic right-wing fucking, like, inherently right-wing prosecutor, because you have to be right-wing if you're a fucking prosecutor, let's be real, okay? He's a classic right-wing guy who cares about the law. He's a law autist, okay? He's just like, is quite typical. Little baby's sleeping. The James Comey comparisons are much more apt here, which is quite something considering that Hur was a senior advisor to Rod Rosenstein, who very famously wrote a certain memo about the Four Corners rule. Yeah, that's why I made this exact same comparison. Like Jim Comey, Robert Mueller, these are guys who are like right-wing, right? But they care more about like institutional norms. They're norm respecters. Okay? It also feels kind of Trumpy to cry about an alleged partisan special counsel. Why do Democrats insist on validating conservative narratives? Well, it's also funny because like they're crying about it, but they're crying about it in a way that like doesn't really make sense because he chose not to prosecute him. Like, if he was fucking, guys, if we're talking this guy's a partisan hack, he's prosecuting not Donald Trump, he's prosecuting Joe Biden. He's got him. He's taking that shit to court. Why wouldn't he? Do you think that it is better to just say he's too old to prosecute and leave it? Or do you think it's better to hold him up in court when you know his ass is old as fuck and he has to sit in front of a jury? Are you joking? If you think that Joe Biden is performing poorly every time he's on TV because he can't like hold his shit together, how do you think he will perform in a court where he legally has to be there? He's just mad he had no winning case, so he smeared him. No, man, these guys aren't like that. They don't operate this way. You're crazy. Ugh. Anyway. Yeah, but the optics aren't good and plays into the right-wing narrative that he's somehow weaponizing his Justice Department. Wait, what? The right is going to say that the Justice Department is biased towards Biden because that's Biden's Justice Department no matter what. Democrats are always going to also be institutional norm respecters, okay? He literally said a jury would look for reasonable doubt because he comes across as an old man with memory issues, and not just because of his testimony on October 8th, but because of his other testimony, or rather his other crime in 2017, where he voluntarily revealed top secret information to a fucking ghostwriter. People are not even talking about that on the Democratic side because they're fucking partisan hacks. These are the partisan hacks. You're overlooking the substance of the report. The reason he wouldn't take Joe to court is because Joe behaved differently. The Joe Biden is an old grandpa being with no memories. In addition, it's not the substance of the defense. It absolutely is part of the reason why he chose not to prosecute. What are you talking about? I don't think it's like extra seasoning. He already has to write a fucking report on why he's not going to prosecute. He was brought in as a special prosecutor. Why isn't this the regular DOJ counsel prosecuting their own president? Because there's a conflict of interest. So in order to destroy conflict of interest, okay, they hire a special prosecutor. They bring a special prosecutor to do this outside. That's why he had to write a report. And if his assessment is that this is not a good enough case to prosecute, he has to fucking tell you exactly why. And that makes sense. It makes sense that he explained it under no uncertain terms.
The documents that he took, they weren't taken on purpose. I think Trump's were. That will remain to be seen if the evidence shows that. But clearly there were efforts to hide them afterwards. That wasn't
TYT nepotism baby crying about liberals Jover. The legal term is precedent, not norm. Wait, what?
the case with Biden. That's why a jury wouldn't convict him. It has nothing to do with how old he is or whether or not he has gaffes. So I think most Democrats are angry that this special counsel did what he did, which was clearly political.
Yeah, Walter Isaacson, your reaction to what you saw last night?
Well, I do think that the senator is correct, but what happened in that report is it played into a narrative that a lot of people worry about, which is that President Biden isn't as sharp, and it's hurting his candidacy, and you see more than 60% of the people saying he's too old. So that narrative, like all narratives, is overblown. It's filled with some things that people have crammed into it. But like all narratives...
That's crazy that they're fucking desperately trying to be like, they're wish casting Biden's very visible age. It's not one of those things that you can wish cast, man. You can't. Guys, this is perhaps one of the only things that you simply can't talk away because it is visible. Okay? That's crazy. It's so weird. They're trying to do the don't believe your lying eyes. It's like, dog, fucking 80% of voters believe it. That doesn't happen because everyone is lying about it, okay? It happens because he's 81 years old. You cannot gaslight away this. You can't girl boss this. You can't gaslight this. And the worst is time won't fix it either. Time is the one thing that makes this worse. '81 is the new 80.
It has an odious smell of truth to it. So what I think Biden has to do is go out and confront the narrative.
Yeah, he's right about this. Walter Isaacson is not wrong about this. He has to go out and confront the narrative. The problem is, I don't know if he's got that dog in him because that dog is old. That's an old-ass dog, baby. That dog ain't barking no more. That dog has bit the last Secret Service agent that it could, okay? And now he's biting Secret Service agents in heaven because all dogs go to heaven, even cops.
If I were him, I'd call the CBS people and say, okay, I'm going to do that Super Bowl interview, and I'm going to do it live, and I'm going to go to the border, and I'm going to talk to people, and I'm going to do town hall meetings, and I'm just going to show how engaged I am. A lot of the criticisms are unfair, but if he's going to debunk this narrative, he's going to have to confront it.
Yeah, he's right. I just don't know if he has that.
Yeah, and certainly part of the White House pushback is these are people who speak in public. These things happen. In fact,
bruh, it's kind of funny to see old people commenting on other old people. That's actually interesting that you're saying that because it is a part of this narrative that I think Biden probably does really well with older voters, like better than the Democratic Party normally does because they see themselves in him. You know what I mean? Like, so I think that so yeah, Walter Isaacson being like, he's not that old. Come on. If you're saying he's old, I'm old too. Like that kind of shit plays well because what is the average age of the MSNBC Morning Joe watcher? Well, we know Joe Biden watches, but it's like fucking 63. Okay. So yeah, those guys are like, yeah, he's not old. 68 is CNN, I think, right? Isn't 68 CNN?
just the other day, new Speaker Mike Johnson, who's decades younger than President Biden, well, he made a similar blunder. Take a look.
Well, let's make a couple of things.
Dude, it doesn't matter. This is so dumb. They keep, dude, every time, they're going to do this every time. And this is a way to like try and give arguments to the 700-year-olds that watch cable news still. Okay. As though they're going to go out in the marketplace of ideas and duke it out. But like, it's so dumb. Mike Johnson and Joe Biden do not demonstrate the same mental competence in a long enough timeline. I'm losing my fucking mind. Bro, it's like having someone have an Achilles tear on the field and then being like, no, dude, you don't understand, okay? Other players also limp sometimes, okay? He's back. He's gonna be back. Aaron Rodgers will be back, okay? I keep going back to the Jets for some reason. I don't know why I got the Jets on my mind, okay? HasanAbi is a Mike Johnson defender? No, Mike Johnson is a freak, okay? Mike Johnson is a fucking freak. Ultra-Christian, ultra-nationalist, psychopath. But Mike Johnson, oh, he had a fucking gaffe here. Well, your commentary is hurting Biden's chance of getting reelected? Yes, brother. As a 39-month subscriber, you know, through the 39 months of you avoiding the top of the hour ad break, you probably also noticed I got personally Bernie Sanders elected, right? Like Bernie Sanders ran the Democratic Socialist regime of the United States, United Socialist States of America. So like I do have that kind of power. I do have that genuine awesome power of like, I'm the kingmaker, as they call it. And as the kingmaker, I'm Yeah, get the fuck out of here, Kokoro boy. Yeah, I'm the kingmaker, and I'm the ad taker, okay? You're going to see the ads at the top of the hour. If you don't want to see them, well, then you're going to have to subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
It's clear here, Kristen. You know, we passed the support for Iran.
That was a perfect parry, by the way.
Many months ago, 3 months ago. Immediately after I became speaker, we sent the necessary resources there.
The speaker there confused.
Like, what's the goal here? Do you think anyone is going to be like, no, seriously, do you think anyone's going to be like, yeah, actually, Mike Johnson, who is 52 years old, okay, is like demonstrating the same level of mental competence as Joe Biden? Really? Like, people are going to look at this guy who's 52 fucking years old and go, yeah, even a 52-year-old flubs sometimes, just like an 82-year-old. Is that what you think? Is that what you think people are going to say when they watch this? You have to be insane. Bro, this is literally... oh, this is such a funny tweet. This feels, okay? It feels like if Joe Biden was like having a brain leak moment, okay? If his like brain started leaking out of his ear or some shit, or if he started like foaming out of the mouth and in a press briefing, they'd be like, "Oh, dude, well, who doesn't have that? Everyone foams out of the mouth sometimes. Look at me, I'm foaming out of the mouth. Oh, I'm foaming out of the mouth right now. You're gonna say, oh, I'm not mentally competent to run for president?" It's like, dude, what are you doing? What the fuck? You sound insane. That's crazy.
Using countries' names, it happens. I mean, I can never remember Mike Barnacle's name. Claire, this is, though, as noted, and we can certainly, a lot of...
Biden was first elected the year Johnson was born. Oh, my God. Wait, hold on. Mike Johnson, January 30th, 1972. Joe Biden elected Senator, Delaware, year. No shot. Oh my God. Oh my God. 1 year after. 1973. 1973. That's close. That's close as hell, dude. That is close as hell. Oh, I guess, like, yeah, that's true. 2 lines down, elected the Senate in 1972. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. He was sworn. He was sworn in 1973. See? I had a moment. I had a brain fart. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm just like Joe Brandon for real. Yeah. There you go. See? I'm 32. I gaff sometimes. I guess it's the same. I'm demonstrating the same level of mental competence as the president. Haha. Come on, man. Be for real. You're being extremely uncharitable to Joe Biden. I already ran the top of the hour ad break, so please stop trying to fucking bait me with this. Okay? It's not working.
Pushback from the White House and Democrats last night, as you say, believing the special counsel went out of bounds. But this is a narrative that has been out there, and it predates this report. That their polling backs it up. There was a devastating NBC poll just a few days ago saying that the vast majority of Americans don't believe that President Biden is up.
We're serious. Brandon doesn't deserve this.
To the job anymore. They think he is too old and not mentally fit. So what would your recommendations be? How do they change this narrative? We know Trump makes blunders too, but at least to this point, and maybe it's changing, the blunders don't stick to him as much.
It's not fair to compare random other people anyway when they assess their mental acuity. Dude. It doesn't matter. Okay? It's not even like comparing Brandon to Bernie Sanders or Brandon to Trump. None of that matters. It's not even about comparing Brandon to Brandon from 6 years ago, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. It's just look at him. That's it. Because that's all it takes for voters. I personally believe this as well. I'm not just simply saying it. Like, I do think that his mental acuity is gone, okay? But voters don't even think about it from that perspective. They just look at him and they see him talk and they go, oh my God, he reminds me of my fucking grandparents.
What do you think the President Biden's team can do?
Well, confusing Nancy Pelosi with Nikki Haley is pretty darn bad. They couldn't have two people further apart in terms of who they are and what they represent. So listen, I think this is going to be a binary choice. I think the country knows, and I hope, I'm more worried about the third party candidates, frankly, than I am anything else. But as long as it's a binary choice.
Bro, they roll out this fucking potato every time on MSNBC, specifically to just throw it back to how this is the left's fault, okay? What do you fucking mean? Like, AOC fucking immediately endorsed, Bernie and AOC both endorsed Joe Brandon, okay? There is no, contingency that is, like, inside of the party or, like, genuinely a big enough constituency that's, like, trying to tank Joe Biden's chances. This is why I hate this conversation. It literally turns into, well, it seems like you're not sufficiently pro-Brandon enough. Okay? It seems to me like, Sweaty, you are not sufficiently pro-Brandon. Why are we even having this conversation? Cenk is obviously going to get the nomination. Exactly. Like, it's like people that fucking take what I say seriously when I'm like, don't care, still voting for Cenk.
Between what Donald Trump represents to this country and to women and to freedom and to our democracy versus Joe Biden, I'm comfortable with that. I agree with Walter that he's got to get out there, and the staff has to be less worried about his gaffes and more worried about him showing his enthusiasm, his passion, his emotions. And I thought last night, on balance,
yeah, this was a good moment. This was a good moment for sure. And I think he should be doing more of this, okay? Wait, why is there no audio in this?
It's president.
Oh, here it is.
How bad is your memory? And can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad I let you speak.
This is good. This is fucking, I love Midas Touch. You guys know I ride for that old school Democratic Party loyalist ass bullshit. This is my favorite type of liberal, okay? Liberal with some teeth in it. I love Midas Touch. I love the Occupy Democrats who still talk about Colin Kaepernick for some fucking weird reason. Like, those guys are my guys, okay? Those are my roll dogs, okay? There's always a place in my heart for people like that. Liberals with teeth, okay? It's just, they're funny, they're cool, they just are unhinged. I knew you were a Midas Mighty. Oh yeah, no, I've talked about them quite a bit. The people I can't stand are like the K-hivers, because they're just like mentally ill and dox people regularly. Their K-hivers are like the Barbs, but for fucking Kamala Harris. At least Nicki Minaj had like a decent 10-year career, okay? The fuck has Kamala Harris done? Kamala Harris has no good albums, okay? Anyway. Can we get a run back of the K-Hive punching rocks? Yeah. Yeah, name one fucking Kamala Harris hit. You can't. She got none, okay? But Midas Touch, on the other hand, I love those guys because they're fun. They're insane as well, but like in a good way. What do you mean this is a banger?
I'm glad.
Kamala Harris' example of Joe Biden's mental fitness is his handling of the Gaza genocide.
Listen, I have been privileged and proud to serve as Vice President of the United States with Joe Biden as President of the United States. And what I saw of that report last night, I believe is, as a former prosecutor, the comments that were made by that prosecutor, gratuitous, inaccurate, and inappropriate. October 7th,
Bro, this is literally Lois Griffin 9/11. Yo, she just did it with the same cadence. Come on, dude. Oh my God. No way, dude. That's okay. Come on. Tell me.
Try giving short, simple answers.
Mrs. Griffin, what do you plan to do about crime in our city?
A lot. Because that's what Jesus.
Okay, here.
9/11 was bad.
I agree with that. What are your plans for cleaning up our environment?
9/11.
Bro, look at this. Look at the way she hit
and
this.
Inappropriate. October 7th.
And she pauses afterwards too. What the fuck? Guys, remember, October 7th, which in many ways is a lot like 9/11 times 100.
Accurate and inappropriate. October 7th, Israel experienced a horrific attack, and I will tell you, we got the calls, the president and myself, in the hours after that occurred. It was an intense moment for the commander-in-chief of the United States of America, and
Yeah, you know who the real victims were on October 7th? Joe Biden, okay? Good line. I like that. We should pack that up and run with it. This will surely make people think that Joe Biden isn't fucking asleep on the wheel, okay? Yeah, no. Guys, no, it wasn't the civilians, okay? It wasn't the civilians. It wasn't anybody. It was just Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the real victim of October 7th.
I was in almost every meeting with the president in the hours and days that followed. Countless hours with the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, the heads of our intelligence community, and the president was in front of and on top of it all, asking questions and requiring that America's military and intelligence community and diplomatic community would figure out and know how many people.
Okay, but like October 7th wasn't happening in like, I don't know, in all of the other instances. Like people didn't just hear about the special report and go, oh my God, I can't believe how old Joe Biden is. Okay. Like 75% of the Democratic Party's own voters said Joe Biden is too old and needs to be replaced months ago, months before October 7th, as a matter of fact. So like he was already the gaffe machine turned up by 9/11, okay, for years at this point, while he was running last time. It is what we knew of Joe Biden. It is why there was talks about him being a one-term candidate. And then what did he do? Instead of propping up Kamala Harris, that's why I'm actually squashing my beef with the K-Hivers, because you might think that Kamala Harris is a black hole of charisma. You might think that she is barred out all the time in public, and that's why she slurs her words. I, on the other hand, also believe all those things, but I think it's her time. Okay? I think it is her time. And what the Brandon regime did to this loyalist, okay, makes the Trotsky ice pick situation look good in comparison. Okay? They sent her out on the worst duties possible. They sent her out personally to do cleanup on aisle 5. Okay? Why did they do that? If Brandon was going to be a one-term president, why did they take my barred out queen out to the fucking Philippine Islands to look at coconuts? Why? Why did they make her go out and look at the wheels on the bus and how they go round and round? They should have propped her up. Okay? They should have. But they didn't. Because they don't want a woman to thrive.
People were dead. How many are Americans? How many hostages? Is the situation stable? He was in front of it all, coordinating and directing leaders who are in charge of America's national security, not to mention our allies around the globe. For days, and up until now, months. So the way that the president's demeanor in that report was characterized could not be more wrong on the facts and clearly politically motivated, gratuitous. And so I will say that when it comes to the role and responsibility of a prosecutor in a situation like that, we should expect that there would be a higher level of integrity than what we saw. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
Is she drunk? I think she zooted off the K-pin. I don't know what she does. I don't know. I just assume it's like a classic suburban white lady drug that I suspect she's like eating. Whatever, you know, mothers in the suburbs do to make the banality of existence seemingly a little bit more easy to deal with. Yeah. This black hole of charisma thing is your worst take yet. Stan Twitter loves Kamala. Brody. You're out of your dang mind, okay? I don't know what the fuck you're following. Who you're fucking following. It's got to be a meme, right? Anyway. So one thing I do want to talk about, however, now that we're done trying to defend the Biden situation, and before we get to the Fox situation, is here's what he finally said. He had some strong words for Israel for the first time ever. Let's take a look at how Karine Jean-Pierre is dealing with the strong words that Biden had. By the way, strong words, but even stronger actions in defense of Israel, as always. But maybe it's actually a change of pace for the Biden White House. Who knows? We'll see. Maybe they're finally fucking waking up to the reality that this is not actually good. The unconditional defense of Israel is making him look kind of bad. You know, the whole like unconditionally I will support genocide. Maybe not the best approach, you know, to politics on an election season, especially when the Netanyahu administration is doing literally everything physically that they can to make Biden look like a fucking dumbass, including flubbing the last ceasefire negotiations deal that Benjamin Netanyahu cast aside right around Anthony Blinken most likely going to Israel specifically to force Benjamin Netanyahu to take the deal. Okay?
Okay, Elmer.
Excuse me. 2 questions, just following up on comments that the president made last night. President Biden called the military operations in Gaza over the top. And this comes after the White House has pretty consistently defended Israel's conduct. What's changed, and what exactly did the president mean by over the top?
Yeah, so first of all, I would say nothing has changed. His position hasn't changed. I don't think his messaging has changed.
What?
We don't think his messaging has changed. He doesn't believe his messaging has changed. This isn't something.
What? How? What do you mean? It definitely has. It certainly has. What do you mean? Whoa, hold on. Brandon has not had like a single moment where he's literally been like, no, Israel's gone too far. I don't think he has. Has he? Maybe I don't remember. I'm not trusting Jean-Pierre here. I'm asking you guys. Maybe you guys remember. But it's always like Israel has a right to defend itself and babies are being beheaded type shit. That's the type of shit he's on, you know? This is the first time I've heard him go, yeah, Israel's over the top.
The first time he's done so, what you heard from him yesterday. Look, the president made it very clear in his comment that he was obviously talking about Israel's conduct in Gaza. And he's been clear. He's been clear that the United States wants to see Hamas, a terrorist organization, defeated. He's been very clear on that. That is a shared goal that we have, obviously, with Israel. But at the same time, while we have said that, we have been also very clear, the president has been very clear, that they must do so by ensuring that their operations are targeted and conducted in a way that we are protecting innocent civilians. And that is something that we have been incredibly consistent about here in this administration. We want to make sure that we are also protecting innocent civilians. So
this is pretty funny. So I'm also dumb question. Are there Muslims that defend Israel just like there are Jewish people who sympathize with Palestine? Yes. They're called the family members of every sheikh in the Gulf nations. Saudi Arabia.
that is what the president was speaking to yesterday. He was asked obviously a direct question, and he answered that.
It's cool, though. Let's see what the Fox and friends are doing about this beginning of the end of Biden's 2024 bid.
When Joe Biden's drinking a milkshake, is that connecting with you?
No, sir, it's not. Not even a little bit. We have Social Security problems. We have all kinds of other issues. We're not taking care of our own people. There's people on the street here that need help. Nobody's working for these people, but we're worried about what goes on somewhere else.
What's happening with the Snickers bars?
I like it.
Why?
Because when people eat together, they get to know each other.
Thanks, everybody. By the way, this stuff is good. You should have taken me up on it.
We've got homeless problems where I live in Portland, Oregon. I've got open borders, a lot of things about the economy that could be better. We didn't vote for a president because...
I love that they were like, let's find the most New York guy ever, and the dude had a Missouri accent. Like, I don't like it. I don't care. I don't give a damn about milkshakes unless I'm tending my cows. Okay?
Because of his milkshake policies.
I got what we call home black and white. No ice cream, chocolate syrup.
There's two different campaign strategies here in the state, apparently. Donald Trump, big rallies, Joe Biden, drinking milkshakes at cafes. If you were voting in the States, which one would resonate more with you?
Trump. 100%. Because he's more for the people, he's more for us, rather than putting money in his own pocket.
That's so funny. Hello? That's right. I voted for Brexit. What? You fucking got a problem with that? I think Trump is a good one. I want to give my fanny to him. Remember when he said, grab him by the pussy? I thought, it's making my fanny flutter. I like it. After all, I want to fuck Boris Johnson.
I'm so excited to say that. Let's bring in Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Joe, what are you hearing in those answers I got?
You're hearing about a president, Todd, that isn't connecting with the American people anymore. He's not seen as a man who represents them. And it's really the Democratic Party at this point that's become the party of elites instead of the party of the working man and woman. And by the way, guys, you have Joe Biden, who is running for re-election, mind you, who has not held a sit-down interview with any television outlet. You have to go all the way back to October. And that was a cream puff interview with Scott Pelley of 60 Minutes. And then you saw what happened this week, right? We have a sitting president of the United States who says he had a conversation with the president of France, who has nearly been dead for 30 years. He then said he had a conversation with the German chancellor, also dead for several years. And then yesterday, in a patently disastrous press conference, confused the president of Mexico with the president of Egypt. The special counsel also revealed he couldn't remember when he was vice president, nor when his own son died. This is the beginning of the end of Joe Biden's re-election campaign. Democrats that I've spoken to are in a full-blown panic. The problem is, the alternative is either Kamala Harris, who is somehow polling lower than Joe Biden is, and someone like Gavin Newsom, who has a horrific record to defend in California. So that's where we're at this point, guys. Yesterday was the biggest moment of this primary season so far, no doubt, because of Robert Hur's report and the damning things that he said about Joe Biden's mental state.
Yeah, well, everybody's making predictions on this show this morning, Joe. And the beginning of the end is your prediction about President Biden's future. The media.
Judging by how insane Republicans got when their big, beautiful boy lost to a carcass last time around, if the Roe v. Wade stuff actually pushes the carcass over the finish line one more time, I predict we're going to see a real serious collapse in the order as a direct consequence of the reality that the rest of the suburbanites who did not engage in like January 6th style behavior and were grossed out by the rest of the party, I think they will literally lose their minds. Because like part of the reason why J6 happened is because a lot of people lost their minds. It's like, how dare you fucking tell me that like my big beautiful boy who I love, who is, you know, out to defend me, you're telling me that guy lost to a fucking carcass? This time that carcass is like rotting, okay? That fear you just described is what every dipshit brain dead redneck wants you to have. I mean, it's not a fear. I think it's going to be content. I don't give a fuck. Bitch, you know why I don't give a fuck about that? Because the goddamn federal government still exists, okay? You think a bunch of diabetic, heart diseased, Heil Titler ass gravy seals are going to be able to fucking take over the American government because they're mad? No. Okay? It's not happening. First of all, they got their shit pushed in on January 6th anyway and actually realized, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Maybe there is accountability. Okay? Yeah, no, they're just going to get mad and horny and do some dumb shit. And then the FBI is going to fucking come storming down.
Yeah, obviously reacting to this report. Here's a portion of what some of the members of the media had to say yesterday. Watch this.
If you want to get into the age thing, because this is, let's call it what it is. This is ageism snuck into a report clearing the person of any wrongdoing. The man is 80 years old. He rides a bike. But he is the age.
Yeah, I think some people, you know, covering Biden, you realize he does have a temper. His whole staff, his.
My goat, Chris Hayes, being like, come on, guys. He's 80. To which Rachel Maddow says he rides a bike. Yeah, dude. Hey, you know who else rode a bike? Mao.
Allies.
Mexico? Where did that come from? I mean, that's the only thing anyone's going to remember from this.
Well-meaning elderly gentlemen. Is anyone going to make the point that Donald Trump and his misstatements or his actions are well-meaning?
A mixed reaction, Joe, but also a lot of it was running cover for him, calling the report ageist.
Well, it's not, because it was based on the interviews that Joe Biden did with the special counsel, and we talked about all the things that he couldn't remember in that. I'm shocked that I just saw Jeffrey Toobin back on the air at CNN. I mean, I thought he got the, shaft, a while ago.
Yeah. Continue.
And there he is. So the fact that they're defending Joe Biden's mental state when 76% of the American people by NBC News.
That's gooning Toobin, okay? He's the original gooner. He was a meta-defining guy. He was ahead of the curve. He's kind of like the Google Glass of masturbating, okay? He's the Google Glass of gooning. And how dare you disrespect him like that? You do not have what it takes. You do not have the balls to masturbate on Zoom, okay? He did. Man said, what's a goon to a goblin? He is the goon and the goblin. He's the goblin of goon.
This is poll's own standard. Don't think he has the mental fitness to be president now, let alone 5 years from now when he.
HasanAbi, not trying to give Republicans, conservatives the benefit of the doubt, but they did warn us about Joe Biden being a vegetable for president for 2020. Just my thought. Wait, first of all, I also said that. You don't have to go to the Republicans to point to that. There were plenty of Democrats who said it. You know who else said it, actually? You guys remember a man by the name of Joaquin Castro? He was running, and he did the big no-no. He was running, and he very openly said it in the primaries, and they fucking pack-watched him so goddamn hard. He's literally, or was it Julian Castro, not Joaquin? Joaquin is the other one. Yeah. Julian Castro is the one who did it. Sorry. See? He got fucking erased so goddamn hard from history that I forgot it was his brother. I only remember his brother's name now. Okay? Do you understand how bad that is? They pulled a fucking Genghis Khan on him. They literally rerouted the river over the fucking map so that it would be erased from the halls of history. Okay? They wiped him out. Bob Levy, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. They deleted my man. Yeah, they did a Man in Black mind wipe. So you forgot any formative memory you had about Julian Castro.
He would still be president if he won re-election, guys.
Yeah, Super Bowl weekend. I don't want to answer anything from HR, Joe, so keep it clean in our last 15 seconds. Quickly, who's your prediction? Super Bowl.
We got the San Francisco 49ers 27 and the Kansas City Chiefs 24. I'm rooting for Brock because Carly is rooting for Brock, and she's biased in that sense.
Fox and Friends right now.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Brian, kill me, please. All right, we saw Kamala talking shit. Talking that big shit. Let's see what Fox had to say about it, though.
Appointed by the Attorney General.
Integrity? We should than what we saw.
So he is a special prosecutor appointed by the Attorney General. The report was presented to the Attorney General, who reviewed it and then passed it on to the White House. So she just rolled all of that up in a big ball and threw the entire DOJ under the bus.
I wonder if the White House press secretary is now going to, again, talk about the independence of the DOJ and how they stay out of everything after that comment. That gets hard to do when your bosses are making comments like that. And, you know, John, we've talked about this before. It reminded me somewhat of when the president talks about how his son is innocent over and over again. And, you know, you have to remember, Attorney General is his direct report. And so there's no way that one can't construe these comments as directed, obviously, towards DOJ and even a warning or a message. But separately, I will say her point about gratuitous information.
What warning or a message could this be, though? They're like, hey, better not prosecute him again. Like, it's over. The message. Yeah, they're really threatening the DOJ here by saying it's one-sided. It's like, okay, well, the guy literally said there's no reason to prosecute. We can't do it. You better not do it. Better not. Prosecute our old senile guy.
In the report. I tend to agree with that. And this is why people don't like special counsels. You know, we saw this with the Mueller report with Trump. Hundreds of pages of extraneous information. For what? For no charges. We're seeing this with her on Biden. And we also saw this, though it wasn't a special counsel investigation, we saw this with Comey on Clinton. And, you know, look, this is why these reports, I think, honestly, are problematic for the Department of Justice. DOJ operates in a pretty black and white world. You're guilty or you're not guilty. There's not really supposed to be anything in between. But these reports allow the Department of Justice to effectively, you know, trash people, ruin their administrations, you know, and their reputations, and then just say, oh, but no charges. And I'm not sure that's fair, no matter whether you're a Democrat or a Republican.
On the subject of fairness,
is it
this
guarantee that Joe Biden wins re-election?
Yesterday afternoon, when he was asked about the report,
I'm not so sure.
He was focusing in on what he thought was the differentiation contained in this report between.
I'm not so certain. I don't know why you're saying it's a guarantee that Joe Biden is going to win re-election. I mean, I am not as big of a doomer as everyone else is. A lot of people hit the "it's super Jover" button a long ass time ago. People have been hitting the "it's Jover" button for a while now, but I'm not so certain. You know? But I am not, but I'm also not as confident as you are that you think he will definitely guaranteed win re-election. I don't think it's guaranteed at all. I think it's probably chances are that he loses, but having said that, I'm interested to hear why people think that.
What he did regarding classified documents and what Donald Trump did. Listen to what he said.
I was especially pleased to see special counsel make clear the stark distinction and difference between this case and Mr. Trump's case. Continuing to quote, most notably, after given multiple chances to return classified documents to avoid prosecution, Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite.
Clearly, he read deeper into the report before that 8 o'clock news conference last night. But on that point, Biden, willful retention, compare that to the Trump indictment, 32 counts of willful intention or willful retention. Biden gets off, Trump gets indicted.
And there's, you know, there is a distinction with the Trump case because there are some obstruction issues at play with Trump that don't seem to be the case with Biden. However, this was always my concern, and I've been thinking about this for some time when Merrick Garland appointed 2 special counsels looking at the same issue.
With the 50 big ones, goddamn.
And I thought, okay, what happens when these reports cross his desk and there are different outcomes? You know, good luck trying to convince the American people that your special counsels are operating in an even-handed way, neutrally, and applying the law. And even with the distinction that is with, you know, is presented in the Trump case, I think he's going to have a very tough time convincing the American people that willful retention in Biden deserves no charges, whereas it does with Trump.
All right.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to support.
Them all
Trump just talked about this?
the way I didn't. They're trying to make it the other way. No, Biden fought them very hard, and they never got what they wanted to get anyway. I even gave the DOJ and the FBI lunch at Mar-a-Lago. You know, they say I didn't behave. I gave them lunch.
Damn.
I said, have lunch at beautiful Mar-a-Lago.
Bro, he looks not human. This is the most like bronze I've ever seen him. I think it's got to be the lighting. Bro, he looks weird as fuck. Am I crazy? No, he's like DEI Trump. Yeah, Trump saw Vivek Ramaswamy and was like, I'm Indian too myself, you know. They call me a brown man in many parts of the world. My man is literally, this is like, he's done, this is RCTA, okay? This is RCTA. Trump is doing RCTA. I'm sorry, you will never convince me that he is not doing race change to Asian, okay? They say, India lying too, sir. I say, Trump is also a lion. This is crazy. He looks like he's doing a muscle competition. Yeah, no, literally. What the fuck? Nikki Haley's Indian too. That's what I mean. He saw Nikki Haley and he saw Vivek Ramaswamy and he's like, this is what the people want. Imagine Trump. Now imagine Trump is Indian. Indian is the new meta. He's looks maxing. But yeah. He's in his Ariana Grande era. The only other person I've ever seen race change this effectively is Ariana Grande. So you're not wrong.
Abi Kibar, Trump, Sarkar.
That's it. He's doing it. Fuck.
Abi Kibar, Trump, Sarkar.
Oh! Oh, it's Jover. It's Jover. Dude. He's doing it. He's doing the dang thing. Okay. India would love Indian Trump. Isn't there already Indian Trump? What was it? Or maybe he might have been Pakistani. The guy, the street vendor.
Namaste. Namaste. And today, India welcomes us at the world's largest cricket stadium right here in Ahmedabad. He started out by his father's side as a chiwala, a tea seller. Prime Minister Modi, you are not just the pride of Gujarat. As the great religious teacher Swami Vivekananda once said.
Dude, this is so awesome. Yeah, this is why I was laughing when motherfuckers were like, yeah, he's going to get Ramaswamy to be his VP, dog. Hasan, you're such a nepotism, baby. You don't even give ordinary working class British people a lot of the day by doing some fun reacts to come dine with me. It's so disappointing. SMH my head. Fucking hell, we'll do it live. I've told you. We'll fucking do it then. But yeah, I told you there's no shot he's putting fucking Ramaswamy with the last name Ramaswamy next to his last name on a fucking ticket.
This is the country where your people cheer on some of the world's greatest cricket players, from Sachin Tendulkar to Virat Kohli. You are making impressive strides with your exciting Chandrayaan. We love you. We love you, India, very much. Namaste.
How do you fuck up namaste, bro? Here's the Trump Pakistan. This is literally Trump after he had Gulab Jamun for the first time. He's like, oh my God. That's it, dog. Benchod. Benchod Trump. Motherchod Trump. Yeah, that dude, this is some real race change shit happening, and I am not going to put it past Trump to do whatever it takes to win. I think he wants to present himself as an Indian man, and if he believes that he's an Indian man, I mean, more power to him. Who am I to say that he's not? You know? Look, I am consistent. I was consistently an advocate for Ariana Grande when she decided to be all of the other races that she chose to be. And Trump is a bit like Ariana Grande, but for politics. So, holy shit, Trump posted us on this. What is this? Mexico, source Joe Biden. This is such an old man. That ain't Indian skin color. Stop. That's not a human being skin color. It's not. I know that. I understand that. I just don't understand why he did this. Like, why did he go so hard? Nobody has to go that hard.
The Supreme Court hearing arguments in the high-stakes case about whether Donald Trump can be banned from running for office for his actions surrounding January 6th.
I don't care about that. Let's get back to Tucker Carlson. Let's finish this off. We only had like 30 minutes remaining on this. Yesterday, I covered most of the conversation. Obviously, Tucker Carlson himself. I know. It's 4:44. Okay, we have 45 more minutes of politics before I move on to fun stuff. I've already region locked myself. Don't you fucking worry about a thing, baby. Okay, it ain't no thing but a chicken wing. We are doing it. I'm fucking region locked. Okay, I'm hour locked. I'm gatekeeping. I'm girl bossing. I'm doing all of those things. Okay. So here, it is already 125 speeded. What I was saying is yesterday when we watched this for the first time, I was shocked. I was shocked at how pornographic it was. I was shocked that, Tucker Carlson, like Vladimir Putin basically said, what that mouth do? And Tucker Carlson was like, let me tell you, I'm hungry. Okay. I'm hungry for more. I mean, he very clearly like shitted on him to his face. He spent like 30 minutes being like, Ukraine is Russia. And also that's the reason why I invaded Ukraine. And not because of NATO. Shut the fuck up. I love the idea of Ukraine being Russia. It actually is Russia. Here's where it begins, history. He basically vindicated a lot of the liberal posturing. He's a classic ultra-nationalist. He is a classic ultra-nationalist guy who is engaging in an irredentist campaign. That's it. There's no other way to look at it. It's it. Yeah, Tucker Carlson. Yeah, there's a lot of funny meme that came of it. Tucker Carlson and Ukraine seems like a yikes for me, buddy. First of all, he did not say that. Tucker Carlson did not say, and Ukraine seems like a yikes for me, buddy. But here's what Vladimir Putin did, uninterrupted. My Russian but not hog mother spent like 2 hours today explaining to me in exactly the same level of deep Russian history lore how actually Ukraine is in fact not Russian. I just don't understand what that has to do with anything. It's the same bullshit that fucking Israel tries to claim. Okay? It's bullshit. It doesn't fucking work that way. There are obvious differences But like, that's just, you're making a ridiculous living room, blood and soil ass argument. And it's also not correct anyway. Okay. Like, that's why I said there are differences. You said, what about Crimea? I don't know if you're asking legitimately because you like genuinely try to understand and make sense of it, or if you think it's like a good opportunity to be like, Hasan, hypocritical much? Like, there's a difference. There's a difference there. Okay. For example, not to relitigate this over and over again, but here, I'll use the exact same fucking argument. And same for Taiwan. Exactly. Exactly. Great. What about Taiwan? Okay. What about Taiwan? Like, Taiwanese people, if they want to have some semblance of autonomy away from China, they have every right to do so. Okay. But Taiwanese independence, while it is certainly popular, especially amongst younger people, is still not the overwhelming majority position. It is the secondary overwhelming majority position. The overwhelming majority position currently is don't rock the fucking boat. This is an important goddamn trade partner. Okay? And why do they feel that way? Well, it's not because China is awesome or it's awesome to them. They feel that way not because of the blood and soil argument either. They feel that way because they don't want they don't want the smoke. They don't want Taiwan to turn into Ukraine, for example. Okay? That's it. America has some different opinions, but regardless. So the point is, regardless of all of that shit, when we're talking about Russia in particular, I think my assessment after listening to what Vladimir Putin had to say, which for the record, he did have a lot of moments of clarity, which I think looks really fucking bad for the Western world in general, because it just looks good for him. Like, they rarely talked about Ukraine. They rarely talked about his fucking L's. Tucker Carlson literally let him, okay? Tucker Carlson literally let him fucking run train, okay? Like, that's crazy. That's a huge fucking L. And he hit a lot of the high notes in the process that play really well to a conservative audience. He also did Nazi apology a little bit too, but not even talking about the historical memes here. I'm talking specifically about like, you know, America and the SWIFT system, for example, and how the SWIFT system has, and it being weaponized against Russia, has made other people recognize that like maybe America can like implement sanctions on them as well, which will cause them to get off the dollar. I don't even think that that is 100% real. I think that's a real fear that a lot of people have, a lot of nations have, of course. But it's, you know, nobody's moving away. Come on, let's be for fucking real for a second. It's 80% of the entire global economy running on the dollar. But yeah, the BRICS system is not like a valid competitor, in my opinion, and I don't think any serious economist would see it as such. But that plays well to a Western audience of like both hogs and even maybe people who are on the left who have a different opinion, like the BRICS riders on the left, right? There's some of them out there. Richard Wolff does? Yeah, well, I trust Yanis Varoufakis more than I trust Richard Wolff when it comes to international currency conversations and things beyond like a pretty good assessment on Marxist perspectives. Marxist history. Is a great communicator. But I think Yanis Varoufakis is probably a little bit better at making these assessments. Anyway, so as I was saying, this was a major dub for Vladimir Putin. Okay. And I think that it could have only been done if you had someone as hungry as Tucker Carlson for like clout. There were funny moments where he like defended China and he basically forced Tucker to concede in defending China. That's true, but I feel like he also played up the historical claims to Ukraine too much compared to other issues. Even pro-Russians, I feel, understand that this stupid historical claims forming part of the foundation of his invasion look terrible. Yeah. For sure. I think that I think that there are definitely a lot of boomers, I'm sure, in Russia that love the notion of like restoring the glory of the USSR, not for communism, obviously, but simply for like the idea of being a global hegemonic power again in a multipolar world and stuff like that. And those guys maybe love the historic claims laid to Ukraine, but it's just so bad. It's just such a dumb fucking thing to do. It is so dumb to do. And you are absolutely going to push away more people. Okay? However, outside of his really faulty justifications for why he had to have invaded Ukraine and then rarely ever talking about it after that, I think that there were a lot of moments that looked really bad or looked really good for him from a propaganda purpose. Because as I've said this before, America is bad, right? So he could just sit there, and if he never talks about what Russia is doing and only talks about what America is doing, he can make a coherent argument about how Russia is small bean, actually, even if it's not the case, especially as it pertains to him invading Ukraine. Okay? But he can always turn around and talk about the hypocrisy of the United States of America on every single issue, because it's true. It is. America is bad. We are very hypocritical. So I think he did a decent job in that front of shifting the conversation completely away from all of his massive failures, all of the violent actions, but also even like massive failures from the perspective of like being pro-Russia, right? It's just not it was a big dub for Vladimir Putin, not a very good moment for I don't know, America lovers who want to not be captivated by Vladimir Putin, or not a good moment for people who want to continue funding the Ukrainian defense.
Give everything needed for us to return.
He has talked about the historic claims before Ukraine's offensive failed. No, he has. You're wrong about that.
And what was lost during the clashes with
I think
Russia.
he did.
And we agreed with this proposal. Look, his statement has been published. He said it publicly. Can they return to this or not? The question is, do they want it or not? Further on, President of Ukraine issued a decree prohibiting negotiations with us. Let him cancel that decree, and that's it. We have never refused negotiations, indeed. We hear all the time, is Russia ready? Yes, we have not refused. It was them who publicly refused. Well, let him cancel his decree and enter into negotiations. We have never refused. And the fact that they obeyed the demand or persuasion of Mr. Johnson, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, seems ridiculous and very sad to me. Because, as Mr. Arakamiya put it, we could have stopped those hostilities with war a year and a half ago already. But the British persuaded us and we refused this.
Like, when I say this, I'm not the one who's invading Ukraine. It makes sense if someone who's not directly involved and maybe the only responsible party for the invasion of Ukraine to make this argument, to be like, hey, kind of fucked up if true that, the peace talks fell apart after Boris Johnson offered unconditional support that maybe the Western world was inevitably going to revoke. Okay. Not great. Yeah, me saying that from America as a outsider looking at the situation is understandable. Vladimir Putin saying that is insane. It's like, dude, you are the responsible party. You invaded Ukraine. What do you mean? Like, oh, wow, they're really continuing the fucking war that I'm waging? Like, what? It makes no sense.
Where is Mr. Johnson now? And the war continues.
That's a good question. Where do you think he is, and why did he do that?
Hell knows. I don't understand it myself. There was a general starting point. For some reason, everyone had the illusion that Russia could be defeated on the battlefield. Because of arrogance, because of a pure heart, but not because of a great mind.
You've described the connection between Russia and Ukraine. You've described Russia itself a couple of times as orthodox. That's central to your understanding of Russia. You said you're orthodox. What does that mean for you? You're a Christian leader by your own description. So what effect does that have on you?
You know.
Okay, bro. He's so. God damn, dude. The glaze machine. He's like, guac, guac. Please, sir, you're a Christian leader, right? Come on. What does that mean, how Christian you are? Can we talk about... This motherfucker doesn't give a shit. I don't think... Does Vladimir Putin give a fuck about, like, actual religion? I don't care. I don't think he cares.
As I already mentioned, in 988, Prince Vladimir himself was baptized following the example of his grandmother, Princess Olga. And then he baptized his squad. And then, gradually, over the course of several years, he baptized all the Rus. It was a lengthy process, from pagans to Christians. It took many years. But in the end, this orthodoxy, Eastern Christianity, deeply rooted itself in the consciousness of the Russian people. When Russia expanded and absorbed other nations who profess Islam, Buddhism, and Judaism, Russia has always been very loyal to those people who profess other religions. This is her story.
I'm sorry. I do not believe, even for a brief moment, this is like Recep Tayyip Erdogan talking about how fucking Muslim he is, okay? I do not believe that even for a single fraction of a motherfucking second that neither Putin nor Erdogan ever give a fuck about the top of the hour ad break. They're literally multi-billionaires. They can fucking buy $5 a month subscriptions all day, every day. If they're in Russia, you don't even get served an ad. If you're not Vladimir Putin, if you're not Recep Tayyip Erdogan, however, you are going to see an ad at the top of the hour. It's true. So unless there is unless Vladimir Putin's in here right now gifting subs, you're cooked. Okay? Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Huh. You can't make the argument Putin is the only one who can stop the war just because he invaded. If you would see every conflict in the world like that, you would never have any peace in the region. Why? What are you talking about? I say the same thing about fucking Israel. The fuck do you mean? Not only about Israel, but I also say America has a lot that they could do. No, I think Vladimir Putin absolutely could stop invading Russia. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Or there's invading Russia, sorry, Ukraine. Fuck, he's got me. I'm a Putinist. I'm a Duganist. Fuck! They caught me. They caught me. I believe Ukraine is Russian. Fuck! I had a Brandon moment. I had a Brandon moment. You have an oligarch sugar daddy? I get gifted from the oligarch daddy. We are not the same. I'm the oligarch sugar daddy to my oligarch daddy, okay? You make a lot of comments regarding this interview, like, what do you mean you are the one invading, etc.? I think I already described it to you. Like, his reasoning, bro, in the first 35 minutes, he completely eliminates. One, I already disagree with him about invading Ukraine. I think that was a major fucking problem. I think it is a major fucking problem. Okay, both on morality grounds, but also even from a pragmatic perspective, if I were to assume the role of like being Vladimir Putin's advisor or some shit, okay? It was a massive mistake. Don't say, is it a mistake though? Yes, it is. People try to fucking be like, oh, dude, 13,000 people died in Donbass. Like, that was Ukraine's doing. And it's like, it literally, I don't agree with that at all, because how many hundreds of thousands of people have fucking died now? Was that worth it? He already had, like, people act like this is a good thing. If your goal is to stop the bleeding, stop the hemorrhaging, stop and defend Donetsk. Okay. Then did he do that? Did he save Russian lives by doing that? No. The perspective of people that are like Russian, like open-minded to Russia, has shifted dramatically. Now that they're now that they're fucking living in rubble or living in shit or completely annexed by Russia. Like, that's why I always stress the difference between Crimea and the rest of this operation, okay? Both from the way that Ukraine has dealt with the invasion versus what they did after Crimea, shutting off the waterways into Crimea. Very different than trying to fight back physically and gain every territory back, because that is, like, understandably, those are where, like, those are where millions of Ukrainians lived. Talking specifically about the reasons as to why he invaded Ukraine, and saying that it is irredentist action, making blood and soil arguments to a goddamn T, is just straight up ultra-nationalist, right-wing nonsense. Okay? It is a strategic flub. It is not good pragmatically. The cost of it is far too great. Territorial disputes would have already made it so that the Western world do not follow through on bringing in Ukraine into NATO. Okay? But he showed that the Russian military is not as mighty as he claimed it was. And I think they just absolutely fucking flubbed big time.
Strength. This is absolutely clear. And the fact is that the main postulates, main values are very similar, not to say the same, in all world religions I've just mentioned, and which are the traditional religions of the Russian Federation, Russia. By the way, Russian authorities were always very careful about the culture and religion of those people who came into the Russian Empire. This, in my opinion, forms the basis of both security and stability of the Russian statehood. All the peoples inhabiting Russia basically consider it their motherhood. If, say, people move over to you or to Europe from Latin America, an even clearer and more understandable example, people come, but yet they have come to you or to European countries from their historical homeland. And people who profess different religions in Russia consider Russia their motherland. They have no other motherland. We are together.
By the way, it's wild to say that Russia, notoriously good for other religions, they're basically the godfather of anti-Semitism. Like, they literally, you might say they invented anti-Semitism. Or if you don't believe that they invented anti-Semitism, you might say they perfected it. Okay? Before America? What do you mean before America? Bitch, what was America? We are talking about the book. Okay? The book on anti-Semitism.
This is one big family, and our traditional values are very similar. I've just mentioned one big family, but everyone has her own family. And this is the basis of our society. And if we say that the motherland and the family are specifically connected with each other, It is indeed the case, since it is impossible to ensure a normal future for our children and our families unless we ensure a normal, sustainable future for the entire country, for the motherland. That is why patriotic sentiment is...
Bro, why is he not talking about Alaska? I know someone in the chat just brought that up too. Like, if he's talking about, like, this is Russia, that's Russia, does he have the same smoke for Alaska, bro? I'm just saying. Fuck it. Two-front war. YOLO. Think about it. Wasn't the book on anti-Semitism written by a failed Austrian artist? No, there's an earlier one. Okay, that one just improved upon the earlier work. Okay, you're thinking Mein Kampf. I'm thinking go back further in the past to Protocols. Why is he so arrogant? We got sanctions on him.
So strong in Russia.
But can I say that the one way in which the religions are different is that Christianity is specifically a nonviolent religion. Jesus says, turn the other cheek, don't kill. How can a leader who has to kill...
Didn't the Roman Empire do that before the Russians? Okay, fair. I mean, Christians have always done it. But that's why I said, like, the Christians have been the #1 anti-Semites. If we're looking at, like, actual percentages, it doesn't come close, which is why I always laugh when people are like, Islam is the most anti-Semitic. Like, shut the fuck up, bitch. What are you talking about? Islam is, like, catching up, if anything. Okay, but it can't come near. But if there is, like, there's an era of, like, peak anti-Semitism before, obviously, the Holocaust, I would say, you know, pre-USSR Russia, pretty fucking bad. And then the rest of it is also Christians across the board.
Of any country. How can a leader be a Christian? How do you reconcile that to yourself?
It is very easy. When it comes to protecting oneself and one's family, one's homeland, we won't attack anyone. When did the developments in Ukraine start? Since the coup d'etat and the hostilities in Donbass began, that's when they started. And we're protecting our people, ourselves, our homeland, and our future. As for religion in general, you know, it's not about external manifestations. It's not about going to church every day or banging your head on the floor.
Dude, preventing anti-Semitism invented by Nazis is insane. It's literally a staple of European culture. Several explosion and instances of institutional discrimination. Even Shakespeare does anti-Semitism in some of his plays. Yeah, no, I know. It's fucking absolute. That, you know what that is? That's moralist Christian copium maxed out, okay? It's like epic Western supremacist copium to be like, oh, anti-Semitism, that's a Muslim thing. It's like, no, dude, it's a Christ cuck thing, okay? It has always been a staple. It's kind of how the religion started to begin with. Like, you know, hating Jewish people and blaming the fucking Jews for all of it. Yeah, the original sin, the killing of Christ. But it is that's a classic. Well, scapegoating with the Nazis is one aspect of it, saying, "Oh no, it's just a German thing." But beyond that, now they don't even do that. Germans now desperately cling on to the Muslims are actually the real anti-Semites narrative. You know what I mean? Where they're like, oh, no, it's not us, yeah. I mean, we know anti-Semitism, we did it, yeah. But also, think about the Muslims, yeah. They're the ones doing the anti-Semitisms now. It's very bad. Oh, no. Oh, mein Gott, I kann nicht glaube. Not good. The Muslims are so anti-Semitic.
It is in the heart. And our culture is so human-oriented. Dostoevsky, who was very well known in the West and the genius of Russian culture, Russian literature, spoke a lot about this, about the Russian soul.
I think that's the worst part about growing up in Turkey, is that like almost everything you fucking read is Russian lit, and it sucks so much dick. I read Turgenev, I read Dostoevsky, and that shit sucked, okay? Even when I was in like 6th grade, I was like, what the fuck am I reading this? Like, this is such a goddamn bummer, dude. I don't want to fucking read this shit at all. Yo, what the fuck? Turgenev is sick? Yeah, I don't agree, okay? Very depressing. Not interested. No thank you. I'm about to leave this channel. Okay, well, you know, sorry. Sorry, I'm honest. Okay? I will not apologize for my honesty. Russian motherfuckers, no wonder there's so much suicide, okay? I don't know how the fuck they do what the fuck they're doing. Hasan, mate, grow up, fuck's sake. Bro, if that's all I read, I get it, okay? Shit is gray, dog. It's gray. It's gray as hell.
After all, Western society is more pragmatic. Russian people think more about the eternal, about moral values. I don't know, maybe you won't agree with me, but Western culture is more pragmatic after all. I'm not saying this is bad. It makes it possible.
Is it worse than German fairy tales? No, German fairy tales are at least like so insanely hyper violent and gruesome that like it's a little bit more interesting. Yeah, German fairy tales explain a lot about German culture, okay? But at least it's like content. Classic tropes like literally the mother feeding the son. Is it naughty boy? Mutig. Feeding the naughty boy to the father. After a long day of the work. Oh, the father comes back. And he says, ooh, yummy. Oh, ich möchte more of this. Yeah. It's so good. Is that good? Yeah. Yeah, they love putting kids in the oven. Explains a lot about German culture. Okay? I'm just saying, if you're a kid and that's what they're teaching you from the jump.
For today's golden billion to achieve good success in production, even in science and so on.
Cannibalism, straight up, fucked up. I see why joke. Wait, what? No, straight up, dude. You guys need to look at Brothers Grimm. You guys need to look at Brothers Grimm, but like the OG Brothers Grimm shit. Like not like the watered down version of Hansel and Gretel, but like the OG version. That shit should not be read to children. There is no way you are going to have the same brain chemistry if you're like. I talk about this a lot. When I was younger, I had a wake up moment when I was watching Full Metal Jacket. Okay. I loved it, but there was definitely a moment, especially in the bathroom when he, goes in and he fucking blamos himself. I remember thinking, oh my God, I think I'm definitely too young to be seeing this. Like, I remember watching that, and there was something strange that happened in my brain while watching that where I went, oh my God, I'm pretty sure my life is not going to be the same after I just watched what is going on. I feel like German folk stories are just an endless sequence of that, if that makes sense. Very twisted. Very fucked up. A classic image from a German tale about a boy sucking his thumb. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, come here, yeah. I will find the thumb. Yeah, anything with dark pagan ruse is like fucked up vibes. 100% is really fucked up.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that we kind of look the same, but our minds
So
are
do you
built
see the
different.
supernatural at work as you look out
great.
across what's happening in the world now? Do you see God at work? Do you ever think to yourself, these are forces that are not human?
No, to be honest, I don't.
It's so good. He's like, yeah, right? You love Christianity. God, like, God's helping you out, right? Do you see God everywhere? There are cathedrals everywhere for those with eyes to see, or whatever the fuck that thing is.
My opinion is that the development of the world community is in accordance with inherent laws, and those laws are what they are. It's always been this way in the history of mankind. Some nations and countries rose, became stronger and more numerous, and then left the international stage, losing the status they had accustomed to. There's probably no need for me to give examples, but we could start with the Genghis Khan and horde conquerors, the Golden Horde, and then end with the Roman Empire. It seems that there has never been anything like the Roman Empire in the history of mankind. Nevertheless, the potential of the barbarians gradually grew, as did their population. In general, the barbarians were getting stronger and begun to develop economically, as we would say today. This eventually led to the collapse of the Roman Empire and the regime imposed by the Romans. However, it took 5 centuries for the Roman Empire to fall apart. The difference with what is happening now is that all the processes of change are happening at a much faster pace than in Roman times.
So when does the AI empire start, do you think?
You're asking increasingly more complicated questions. To answer them, you need to be an expert in big numbers, big data, and AI. Mankind is currently facing many threats. Due to the genetic researches, it is now possible to create a superhuman, a specialized human being. A genetic...
Wait. I'm sorry. I heard what he said. And I got, this is my retort to what he had to say about the golden horde. Yeah, Putin, a lot can be explained if you think Putin is a paradox player. I'm stomping my foot right now. You can't hear it, but... Dude, I don't know what it is. It awakens epigenetic memories, okay? That's it. Tengri bizmenen. Oh God. Yeah, this is when people say I'm a neo-Ottomanist before they realize, okay, once that Mongolian throat singing comes out, I'm a Panturinist, bitch. I'm like Ottoman who? Talk about the horde. Yeah, not that I'm not a neo-caliphate guy. I'm a neo-khanate guy, if you know what I'm saying.
Genetically engineered athlete, scientist, military man. There are reports that Elon Musk has already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the USA.
What do you think of that?
Well, I think there's no stopping Elon Musk. He will do as he sees fit. Nevertheless, you need to find some common ground with him, search for ways to persuade him. I think he's a smart person, I truly believe he is. So you need to reach an agreement with him because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules. Humanity has to consider what is going to happen due to the newest development in genetics or in AI. One can make an approximate prediction of what will happen. Once mankind felt an existential threat coming from nuclear weapons, all nuclear nations began to come to terms with one another since they realized the negligent use of nuclear weaponry could drive humanity to extinction. It is impossible to stop research in genetics or AI today, just as it was impossible to stop the use of gunpowder back in the day. But as soon as we realize that the threat comes from unbridled and uncontrolled development of AI, or genetics, or any other field, the time will come to reach an international agreement on how to regulate these things.
I appreciate all the time you've given us. I just got to ask you one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous in the United States, probably not here, Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter. He's 32, and he's been in prison for almost a year.
Whoa!
This is a huge story in the United States, and I just want to ask you directly, without getting into the details of it or your version of what happened, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release him to us and we'll bring him back to the United States.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them. We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner. However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that if our partners take reciprocal steps.
Okay. Okay. I want you to understand something. That's the price of admission. That's how much of a benefit Vladimir Putin sees from this entire thing, where he went on an uninterrupted, heavily fucking watched rant about justifications for why he went in and invaded Ukraine. That if you think for a moment that was an impromptu question and was not previously arranged, I have a fucking bridge to sell you. Okay? I'm willing to bet that in and of itself, that question is a ballsy ass question. Okay? That is a really fucking ballsy question to ask Vladimir Putin straight to his face, because it's technically supposed to make him look bad. So, I'm fairly certain, because that is a very big ask. He still turned it around, but the fact that he could ask that to, the fact that he could, if you should wait for the next 2 minutes if you think that. No, I'm saying, like, even the fact that he was allowed to ask that question implies, and the reason why he did it is at the end for that reason. But the reason why he was able to ask that question is because, like, I think he finds that to be the rest of the thing is worth it for Vladimir Putin.
When I talk about the partners, I first of all refer to special services. Special services are in contact with one another. They are talking about the matter in question. There is no taboo to settle this issue. We are willing to solve it. But there are certain terms being discussed via special services channels. I believe an agreement can be reached.
So typically, I mean, this stuff has happened for obviously centuries. One country catches another spy within its borders, it trades it for one of its own intel guys in another country. I think what makes it, and it's not my business, but what makes this different is the guy's obviously not a spy, he's a kid. And maybe he was breaking your law in some way, but he's not a super spy, and everybody knows that, and he's being held hostage in exchange, which is true. With respect, it's true, and everyone knows it's true. So maybe he's in a different category. Maybe it's not fair to ask for somebody else in exchange for letting him out. Maybe it degrades Russia to do that.
You know, you can give different interpretations to what constitutes a spy, but there are certain things provided by law. If person gets secret information...
That's crazy. Bro, that's a ballsy ass fucking question. I'm telling you, no. I think the way first of all, someone in the chat said, "Oh, you think Vladimir Putin does not allow you to ask questions? You should see one of those like town halls that he does." Dog, I'm not saying that there isn't a charade and like that people don't ask questions of Vladimir Putin. They do, especially contentious ones. I'm simply saying that they are pre-arranged. And if you think that they're not pre-arranged, what's the common meta in Russia? It's like in Russia there's an anti-Putin constituency, or like there are anti-Putin parties, and they're all run by Putin. Like there is no world in which like there are people who are legitimate and genuine in like everything is controlled opposition. Anytime he's addressing a question that some random person is asking, even if it comes across as contentious, it is predetermined. It's allowed. There's an allowance so that it looks like people like you will turn around and go, "Oh yeah, no, look, he's so open. He's open. He's an open book. People will ask him any question they want." It's so that you feel that way, but it's still controlled. And I think that's what I'm trying to say here is that like this is a prearranged question, and it's a very big one. Okay? That's a very major question. A major question that he was allowed to ask. And that means, in my opinion, that is the price of admission. It shows me the calculation on the Putin side of how important this interview was. Okay? The question being about Gershkovich, the American journalist that's currently locked away in Russian prison.
And does that in conspiratorial manner, then this is qualified as espionage. And that is exactly what he was doing. He was receiving classified, confidential information, and he did it covertly. Maybe he did that out of carelessness or his own initiative. Considering the sheer fact, this is qualified as espionage. The fact has been proven, as he was caught red-handed when he was receiving this information. If it had been some far-fetched excuse, some fabrication, something not proven, it would have been a different story then. But he was caught red-handed when he was secretly getting confidential information.
Look. Look at how cool, calm, and collected he is in his response. By the way, Tucker Carlson's the wrong guy for this, but if this is a real interview, someone could go and turn around and say the exact same thing about, like, Brittany Griner. Tucker obviously won't do it because he's a racist piece of shit. But, like, the notion that Brittany Griner was worthy of a prisoner and not simply a political prisoner used as a tool for doing a swap is ridiculous. And the real counter is something along those lines. But because this is like obviously predetermined and pre-scripted, like what kind of questions Tucker is allowed to ask is pre-scripted. It's obvious that this was an opportunity that was predetermined, and I think it at least from my perspective, it shows how severely important this interview was for Vladdy Poo.
What is it then?
But are you suggesting he was working for the U.S. government or NATO, or he was just a reporter who was given material he wasn't supposed to have? Those seem like very different things.
This also plays into the legitimacy of the interview, right? Now you're giving your graces. Okay? Now you're literally, first of all, Charlie Rose interviewing Putin, do you think it was scripted? Not the same. Putin now getting an interview inside of fucking Russia while not offering any interviews to the Western media at all is totally different than Putin doing like an apology tour or Putin doing some kind of like PR tour. He can withstand off-the-cuff questioning, but this is during war inside of Russian boundaries is not the same dynamic at all. They literally said questions were not discussed. Yeah, dog, of course they said that. That's the whole point of why Tucker is able to ask this question. Because guess what? When Tucker Carlson gets to ask this question, all of a sudden, everyone goes, see, this is a valid interview. Tucker's actually got him on the back foot here. It legitimizes Tucker's position, and therefore it legitimizes all the instances where Tucker Carlson was just like sucking his cock while he was in the middle of talking about how fucking super cool it is that he's like invaded Ukraine and also how every Ukrainian is technically Russian. It is a way to legitimize Tucker's position by allowing a sense of contention in the interview.
I don't know who he was working for, but I would like to reiterate that getting classified information in secret is called espionage, and he was working for the U.S. Special Services, some other agencies. I don't think he was working for Monaco, as Monaco is hardly interested in getting that information. It is up to special services to come to an agreement. Some groundwork has been laid. There are people who, in our view, are not connected with special services. Let me tell you a story about a person serving a sentence in an allied country of the US. That person, due to patriotic sentiments, eliminated a bandit in one of the European capitals. During the events in the Caucasus, do you know what he was doing? I don't want to say that, but I will do it anyway. He was laying our soldiers, taken prisoner, on the road and then drove his car over their heads. What kind of person is that? Can he even be called human? But there was a patriot who eliminated him in one of the European capitals. Whether he did it of his own volition or not, that is a different question.
Yeah, but Evan Gershkovich didn't do that. I mean, that's a completely different. I mean, this is a 32-year-old like newspaper reporter.
He committed something different. He's not just a journalist. I reiterate, he's a journalist who was secretly getting confidential information. Yes, it is different, but still, I'm talking about other people who are essentially controlled by the US authorities, wherever they are serving a sentence. There is an ongoing dialogue between the special services. This has to be resolved in a calm, responsible, and professional manner. They're keeping in touch, so...
He's talking about an FSB operative who murdered a Chechen activist in Berlin a few years ago. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough of the details here. I have no idea what he's talking about.
Let them do their work.
I mean, I do know that it's, I mean, by his own admission, it's not a good comparison anyway. But
I do not rule out that the person you refer to, Mr. Gershkovich, may return to his motherland. By the end of the day, it does not make any sense to keep him in prison in Russia. We want the U.S. Special Services to think about how they can contribute to achieving the goals our special services are pursuing. We are ready to talk. Moreover, the talks are underway. And there have been many successful examples of these talks crowned with success. Probably this is going to be crowned with success as well. But we have to come to an agreement.
I don't know if saying that Tucker is not suitable to debate Putin will help saying Putin is wrong in his points. I mean, Putin is giving detailed information. Why not pick apart his arguments in detail, point by point, and falsify what he says? I have already. I did that yesterday. I went through a lot of the silly historical significance arguments that he made. And I also admitted that there were plenty of instances where he was actually completely correct in his assessment, some of which was exaggerated greatly, but others were correct, especially as it pertains to like American hypocrisy, for example. The problem is when you are currently in the process of invading your neighboring nation, making irredentist, blood and soil arguments as to why you must invade that nation, and then simultaneously talk about it from the framework of like American hypocrisy. Well, it doesn't matter. Like, you're right, but you're the wrong guy to say it because look at what you're fucking doing. Do you understand what I mean? Also, this is not a debate. This is a glaze sesh. This is a suck fest. This is an opportunity for Tucker Carlson more than Vladimir Putin, but Vladimir Putin certainly is gaining a lot from this as well. And that's why I mentioned the part about Tucker Carlson having the allowance to ask him this contentious question about an American prisoner who's being held hostage as a political prisoner in Russia for the crime of not espionage, but instead writing, okay, doing journalism. Like, it's ridiculous. It's also obviously additionally ironic considering that Edward Snowden lives in Russia, and Russia, as we know, has a very open door policy as it pertains to like letting anyone and everyone get a safe harbor from the American government. So that makes it even funnier. But ultimately, yeah, it feels like a way for Putin to broadcast his demands to the U.S. government for a prisoner exchange. Anyway.
Agreement.
I hope you let him out. Mr. President, thank you.
I also want him to return to his homeland at last. I'm absolutely sincere. But let me say once again, the dialogue continues. The more public we render things of this nature, the more difficult it becomes to resolve them. Everything has to be done in calm manner.
I wonder if that's true with the war, though, also. I mean, I guess I want to ask one more question, which is, and maybe you don't want to say so for strategic reasons, but are you worried that what's happening in Ukraine could lead to something much larger and much more horrible? And how motivated are you just to call the U.S. government and say, let's come to terms?
My five-head analysis or my tinfoil hat analysis is Tucker Carlson never stopped being CIA. And there's factions within the State Department that's like trying to get Russia to fucking, finish this. They no longer can support Ukraine. So they're like, come on. Like, pull out, please. You're making things too hard. Obviously, I don't believe that, but...
I already said that we did not refuse to talk. We're willing to negotiate. It is the Western side, and Ukraine is obviously a satellite state of the US. It is evident. I do not want you to take it as if I'm looking for a strong word or an insult, but we both understand what is happening. The financial support, $72 billion was provided. Germany ranks second, then other European countries come. Dozens of billions of US dollars are going to Ukraine. There's a huge influx of weapons. In this case, you should tell the current Ukrainian leadership to stop and come to a negotiating table, rescind this absurd decree. We did not refuse.
Sure, but you already said it. I didn't think you meant it as an insult because you already said correctly, it's been reported that Ukraine was prevented from negotiating a peace settlement by the former British Prime Minister acting on behalf of the Biden administration. So of course they're a satellite. Big countries control small countries. That's not new. And that's why I asked about dealing directly with the Biden administration, which is making these decisions, not President Zelensky of Ukraine.
Well, if the Zelensky administration in Ukraine refused to negotiate, I assume they did it under the instruction from Washington. If Washington believes it to be the wrong decision, let it abandon it. Let it find a delicate excuse so that no one is insulted. Let it come up with a way out. It was not us who made this decision, it was them. So let them go back on it. That is it. However, they made the wrong decision, and now we have to look for a way out of the situation to correct their mistakes. They did it, so let them correct it themselves.
He can also flex because of this is a flex. This part is a flex. Once again, America's involvement in Ukraine, maybe 20 years from now, we will finally make this assessment and recognize it as like not an objectively good thing. Obviously, Russia is the main villain here, but America's involvement in Ukraine will be regarded as devastating for Ukraine 20 years down the line for all of the false promises made to Ukraine specifically, like Western involvement in Ukraine. Right now, you look at it and you're like, well, Ukrainians need weapons to defend themselves, and the Western world is giving it. Okay? And it's a delicate matter because those javelins have definitely helped thwart a lot of the Russian offensive, including making the Russian military look bad, including making sure that the Russian air superiority never actually came into play early on. That would have probably greatly accelerated Russia's Russia's troop movement into the country, maybe even further territory, expanding beyond the eastern areas that they currently control and have annexed. All of that stuff is, in my opinion, the reasons as to why Ukrainians are stuck between Russia and a hard place. However, I'm not trying to be a Russia head, but if you say that in 20 years the U.S. involvement will be a significant point, why is it not significant right now? What? America never fucking admits that what they're doing is bad. What do you mean? That's the only reason why I'm saying this. I've been called a fucking Vladimir Putin defender for having this position for the past 2 years. Non-stop. That's why I always say, like, history will vindicate me, but it doesn't fucking matter because during the time, people will still shit on me non-fucking stop. I'm talking about, like, an actual assessment. Okay? No, my assessment is this from the jump. It's great because America gets to be on the right side, as in they are siding with those who are being invaded against an invading force. So they are on the right side. They're on the right side. They're on the moral side of this argument. Ukraine has a right to defend itself. This is true. This is 100% true. Okay? However, the United States' interest in the matter is what will end up putting our actions, or end up making our actions look awful in the long run when we look back at it and we're far removed from the immediate consequences of it, or maybe experiencing the secondary consequences of it. If America cared about the interests of Ukrainians and Ukrainian citizens, like if that was genuinely, if America wasn't the major player here in the proxy war against Russia in the Ukrainian invasion, utilizing Ukrainian soldiers as cannon fodder, okay? If that was the case, if they actually wanted to purge Russia, they would be significantly more risky, for example, in their action. Maybe they would have sent tanks ahead of time. Maybe they wouldn't have waited for an increase in Russian military action in the region to start giving heavier weapons. But ultimately, it doesn't matter because Ukraine will inevitably run out of men capable of holding those weapons. Because the goal is not to defend Ukraine. The goal is to prolong the conflict from the American perspective. The goal is to prolong the conflict with the hopes that you can wither away enough of Russia's military. which is ironic because I think that is also a miscalculation. That's a miscalculation on the American side. This is two world powers, one the hegemonic superpower, the other a regional power, making miscalculations and allowing Ukrainians to get fucking absolutely obliterated in the middle of the conflict. Russia miscalculated, thinking that it could very easily dominate Ukraine. It was very obvious that they were not going to be able to from the jump. Impossible, because it is a nation state with 44 million individuals. There's no taking over fucking countries like that anymore, okay? You can't do that. You can either do like soft power, economic imperialism, or that's it. That's the only way you can actually develop solid relationships. Do NATO type shit, maybe. Okay? However, America also miscalculated, I think, thinking that like the sanctions would fuck up Russia, that Russia would not be able to continue this annexation for as long as it has, that the counteroffensive would have been successful. I think that those are all American miscalculations as well. And who suffers? Ukrainians. Those are the people who suffer. Ukraine is no longer 44 million. Ukraine is now what, 34, 36 million? Okay. The people that actually made out very well are defense contractors, NATO generals, NATO in general. Okay. Guys, it has been 4 hours and 18 minutes. Suck my dick. I'm going to wrap up this goddamn video and then we're going to move on. Stop complaining that it's almost 5 hours, okay? It's been 4 hours and 18 minutes. That does not mean it's 5 hours.
We support this.
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think that I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Right. And we made it. We prepared a huge document in Istanbul that was initialed by the head of the Ukrainian delegation. He affixed his signature to some of the provisions, not to all of it. He put his signature and then he himself said, we were ready to sign it and the war would have been over long ago, 18 months ago. However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance. Well, you missed it, you made a mistake. Let them get back to that, that is all. Why do we have to bother ourselves and correct somebody else's mistakes? I know one can say it is our mistake. It was us who intensified the situation and decided to put an end to the war that started in 2014 in Donbass, as I have already said, by means of weapons. Let me get back to further in history. I already told you this. We were just discussing it. Let us go back to 1991, when we were promised that NATO would not expand, to 2008, when the doors to NATO opened to the declaration of state sovereignty of Ukraine, declaring Ukraine a neutral state. Let us go back to the fact that NATO and US military bases started to appear on the territory of Ukraine, creating threats to...
Yeah, bro, you can't fucking say that, though, because you spent the first 40 minutes being like, Ukraine is actually Russian because, you know, Vladimir, the impaled dick, decided in the 14th century that the sheeps across the fucking Kievan Rus border were actually Russian sheeps or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, he spent like 45 minutes doing paradox memes, only to turn around and be like, yeah, you know, it's really fucked up, this NATO expansion and stuff. Can't believe how much NATO expanded.
Let us go back to coup d'etat in Ukraine in 2014.
No, it is true, but it doesn't
pointless,
matter.
Though, isn't it? We may go back and forth endlessly, but they stopped negotiations. Is it a mistake? Yes. Correct it. We are ready. What else is needed?
Do you think it's too humiliating at this point for NATO to accept Russian control of what was 2 years ago Ukrainian territory?
I said let them think how to do it with dignity. There are options if there is a will. Up until now, there has been...
Why does the first 40 minutes negate his arguments? Why does it not matter what he's saying? What do you mean? It doesn't matter what he's saying for two reasons. One, he invaded Ukraine. Okay, he made NATO stronger. He literally caused 2 additional countries to be able to join NATO, gave them enough confidence and also enough reason in the eyes of the public to no longer have neutrality. That's number one. Number two, it doesn't matter what he's saying because there's two different arguments here. The realpolitik argument is what Mersheimer has said time and time again. It's a reasonable assessment. The actions are unreasonable, but the assessment leading up to it is to say that this is a security risk. It's understandable for Russia to genuinely consider NATO to be a problem. Its entire design, its entire purpose was anti-USSR, anti-communist. And now it's being utilized as anti-Russia. This doesn't mean that it's like, this doesn't mean that it is, how do I describe it? This doesn't mean that NATO genuinely is afraid of Russia, okay? Because I think that NATO is a security protection racket. So they just simply use Russia as the reason, but it's a mechanism for dominance. But they use Russia in a very good, they use Russia as the very good villain. You know what I mean? For the Baltic states, especially. The states that are actually the real line of defense. Because, you know, they are the Article 5 states that I suspect America wouldn't care about as much. But unlike the actual other states that they do care about, like France and Germany. So I think that having said that, it is an understandable fear that a regional leader would have and would want to enforce red lines on. But that's not the real, but that's the way to do that is not by fucking invading Ukraine, number one. And number two, he basically admits that he doesn't give a shit about the NATO part of it, but more so about the fact that it's supposed to be Russian. There was a time and place when Vladimir Putin was not as ready to admit this reality. Why do you believe him? Why do I believe Vladimir Putin saying that he thinks Ukraine is Russian? I don't believe Ukraine is Russian. I believe Ukraine is Ukraine. I'm saying I believe Vladimir Putin. This is like believing GWB about the WMDs. No, it's not. This is like if George W. Bush said, I'm invading Iraq because of oil. No, Putin believes Ukraine is Russian. No, I don't think. No, I'm saying Putin is using that as a justification. It's like if George W. Bush went and instead of saying like they have weapons of mass destruction, said, I'm going to Iraq because Iraq has oil. If George W. Bush says that openly, then yeah, I'm going to believe him because that's my assessment too. I think Putin is saying the hyper-nationalistic argument because there is a real interest, at least for him, either for his own personal belief that like Ukraine belongs to Russia, or because he wants to not get outflanked by the ultra-nationalists that he's fearful of on to his right-wing flank that do want to engage in earnest actions in Ukraine. That's it. Ultimately, he invalidated every other claim, which weren't even worthy arguments to invade Ukraine in the first place by using false unnecessary historical claims to suggest Ukraine doesn't actually exist to justify imperialism. In order to do so, as he would claim, bring back their rightful land through force. Yeah. Now, that also, in my opinion, fucks up the negotiations, because if you're saying you're bloodthirsty and want it, and that Ukraine is Russian, then you're kind of ruining the argument. I don't know. You're kind of ruining the argument that you will inevitably withdraw and that you want to like institute by force the Minsk protocols, right? Or the 15-point plan. And I think that is, I don't know. I think that that's ultimately, well, obviously I don't agree with it. I don't think it's a good thing at all, but I don't know. I think it makes it You're actually dumb if you think this isn't a good interview. The interview is going to change the world. No, I do think it's a good interview for Vladimir Putin. I think it makes him look reasonable. They rarely, if at all, talked about his actions in Ukraine. And if you don't do that, and that's the major fucking point here, that's the major point of contention here, and you don't ever talk about that at all, then yeah, he looks very reasonable. He's constantly on the offensive against America. It almost feels like he was just like moved to do a special military operation in Ukraine. He just had no other reason. He wanted to align with America over and over again, and America kept swatting him away. You know? In America, we're the belligerent warmongers, and Vladimir Putin was just simply pushed into a corner. He had nothing else that he could do, while simultaneously also offering historical claims to Ukraine. It's crazy. It is, I think that overall, it's a massive W for him. So you're saying that Putin is doing Israel? Yes. I think Putin is doing Israel, and Putin is begging in the beginning for America to treat him like Israel, or at least claiming that historically he always wished America would treat him like Israel. But yeah, ultimately he comes across reasonable once you move beyond the old man talking about like weird historical claims to why Ukraine is Russian, which are bullshit, of course. And you wouldn't even think that he is currently invading its neighboring country. If you come into this uninitiated, not really paying attention to what the fuck's going on, you're looking at this as like, well, here's a regional leader that comes across very sane. Much more sane than Joe Biden, I would say. You know what I mean? Like, you do not leave this interview thinking like, yeah, this is a fucking massive failure of an invasion of a neighboring nation that has been incredibly costly as far as human lives and as far as like destruction of infrastructure. And now it's like, now it's in a death grip for inches of territory with back and forth. You would not think that at all. Things look fucking cheery. You know?
Be in the uproar and screaming about inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia on the battlefield. Now they are apparently coming to realize that it is difficult to achieve, if possible at all. In my opinion, it is impossible by definition. It is never going to happen. It seems to me that now, those who are in power in the West have come to realize this as well. If so, if the realization has set in, they have to think what to do next. We are ready for this dialogue.
Would you be willing to say, congratulations, NATO, you won, and just keep the situation where it is now?
You know, it is a subject matter for the negotiations. No one is willing to conduct, or, to put it more accurately, they are willing, but do not know how to do it. I know they want to. It is not just I see it, but I know they do want it. But they're struggling to understand how to do it. They have driven the situation to the point where we are at. It is not us who have done that. It is our partners, opponents who have done that. Well, now let them think how to reverse the situation. We're not against it. It would be funny if it were not so sad. This endless mobilization in Ukraine, the hysteria, the domestic problems, sooner or later it will result in agreement. You know, this probably sounds strange given the current situation. But the relations between the two peoples will be rebuilt anyway. It will take a lot of time, but they will heal. I'll give you very unusual examples. There is a combat encounter on the battlefield. Here's a specific example. Ukrainian soldiers got encircled. This is an example from real life. Our soldiers were shouting to them, "There is no chance. Surrender yourselves. Come out and you will be alive." Suddenly, the Ukrainian soldiers were screaming from there in Russian, perfect Russian, saying, "Russians, do not surrender." And all of them perished. They still identify themselves as Russian. What is happening is, to a certain extent, an element of a civil war. Everyone in the West thinks that the Russian people have been split by hostilities forever. No, they will be reunited. The unity is still there. Why are the Ukrainian authorities dismantling the Ukrainian Orthodox Church?
Bro, I don't think, like, I don't know. I think that's bullshit. Like, I get, in the most charitable, I can't believe I'm saying this, in the most charitable way, if I'm going to be as charitable as possible to Vladimir fucking Putin of all people, I think the argument here is that, like, Ukrainians also see themselves as one people. Ukrainians and Russians are one people. Everybody sees themselves as one people, one nation, under God, indivisible, fucking Orthodox Christianity. I don't think that's the case. It's not. And it especially is not, because if that was the case, I feel like the rest of Ukraine would look like Crimea. Like, he literally said it's a civil war. Like, that's not a civil war. That's a whole ass different country. Sure, same language, same lettering. Don't get mad at me, Ukrainians and Ukrainian flag in the bio guys. I'm saying, as a dumbass American, it's like virtually impossible for me to decipher. Okay? I know. Everybody says not the same. I know. Okay? But this is why there is a major distinction from where I'm standing within Hamika Cyrillic. Yeah. That's why I always distinguish between Crimea and, like, the rest of Ukraine. Both in terms of the annexation, how the annexation happened, what the retaliation was from Ukraine. You know, that there's a difference. In case you be like, oh no, these guys are all like, this is one nation. This is this is one nation, and this is a civil war, while you are currently invading the borders of a different sovereign nation. And the irony is that while you said the Ukrainians that live next to the Russian border can consider themselves Russians, and he uses them as an example for the entire country. Yeah, except since the invasion, it's over. Because there are still plenty of people who did not consider themselves that. And beyond that, why would anybody fucking be like, oh, thank God Russia came in and blew our shit up?
Because it brings together not only the territory, it brings together our souls. No one will be able to separate the soul. Shall we end here, or is there anything else?
No, I think that's great. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, no shot, dude. That was a long ass fucking interview. Goddamn. I don't even have time to fucking shit on the anti-working out leftist, dude. Yeah, I saw the Ozzy Osbourne shit. Here, quick. If you're a leftist, you need to be working out 4 to 5 days a week and learning self-defense along with organizing with neighbors in your local community for defense, food sovereignty, and community defense. It's like funny because I feel like this is a LARP. Because it's always like, oh yeah, we got to do it, comrades. Like, we got to, a fascist train today have you. We got to do it, comrades. It's like, this is the anarchist version of like Meal Team 6. Okay. And half the time, people that fucking say stuff like this, I mean, no disrespect. Like, I'm sure this person's politics are identical to mine. Okay. Most likely identical to mine in almost every sense of the word. But I do think it's like kind of LARPy in the same way that like Meal Team 6 is LARPy. but those people's politics are fucking awful, obviously. So I'm not making a moral equivalence between people's politics at all. But you should work out regardless, because it's good. They literally posted the same. Oh my God. Yeah, this is the gritty anarchism, okay? Yes, a lot of you cannot control the world. What you can control is food, drink, smoke, etc. What you put inside your body. Some things I love: boxing, Muay Thai, weightlifting for muscle growth, racquetball, basketball, jogging. Learn about muscle growth and strength training. Okay, the rest of it is like good opinions, but you guys said that everyone was like yelling at her. So where is it? Please go to a Krav Maga gym. They'll set you right up, especially if you show your Palestine flag. Really, dude? Good response. I mean, these are all fucking weird fascist soy lords fantasizing about what how lame she is. But you guys were talking about that. Truly wild how y'all throw disabled people under the bus is lazy and regurgitate the same bootstraps talking points as the right. Yeah, honestly, guys, one, Krav Maga is dog shit. Fucking, it's like, yeah, try that shit in a fucking Steven Seagal gym. It's like basically that. Okay. Krav Maga, Detroit urban survival training. Okay. It's literally, it's the same energy as being like, oh yeah, try that next to Steven Seagal. You won't be talking the same game when he comes after you and does a, what was it? What's the thing that he does? Aikido? No, not Aikido. Is it Aikido? Aikido Vision. It is Aikido. Okay. Anyway. But also, I do love the idea that like disabled people can't work out. Like, the fuck are you talking about? Why is it that I wonder if this person is disabled, first of all. Half the time, it's like not even a disabled person saying this. Okay? There's a person defending disabled people. There's hella disabled people in this community. They fucking work out. Okay? The fuck are we talking about? Everyone, to the best of their ability. Are you joking? Wait, what do you mean am I joking? I hate when people do this shit, when they're like, oh, I can't believe you're talking about working out, Sweaty. You're being differently abled, or you're being ableist. Is so stupid, because it's literally like, it's the meme. Okay? It's the motherfucking meme. It's the meme that like people make about the left. That, you know, when you bring up healthy lifestyle choices, like having a good diet and working out, someone will chime in and be like, I chime in with the haven't you people heard of closing the goddamn door. It's the top of the hour and there's a 3-minute ad break. It's like, what the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean? Hasan is a dirty, rotten liar. I'm the quadriplegic that works out who owned you months ago when we had that same topic of conversation. I'm quadriplegic and I work out every day. Remember me, Hasan? Yes, I do remember you. I was thinking of you when I said there are disabled members in this community that literally fucking work out all the goddamn time. Says the lying chatter. No, this person is not lying. Am I wrong? Didn't you send you sent a photo, didn't you, to the chat? Anyway, ironic because like half the time, disabled people have to do physical therapy too. So that's why it's like extra stupid when people are like, disabled people can't work out. Why don't you think about disabled people? It's like, the fuck do you mean? Hella disabled people literally have to work out. Anyway. Do you think this thread is LARPing, but the advice is fine? Yeah. The thread is LARPing. The advice is fine. The Asian sensation, I'm Asian, is that a disability? Shut up, bitch. I also remember you hitting like 3 plates on the bench press or some shit. Don't fucking, that motherfucker is literally asking that question specifically so that like, I mean, he's joking, but so that I can like prod it so that he can post his fucking gains in the gym, okay? Classic. Classic. Everybody's in here trying to be like, yeah, what's up, dog? Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now, as I already correctly debated you. Why do you remember these details? Because I have a disability, okay? Disability to serve you the top of the hour ad breaks. But also the ability to fucking basically reset important formative memories in my brain so I can have a reverse parasocial relationship with my community and remember minutia and like weird ass fucking details about random chatters that I rarely ever meet in the real world. Hyping up physical perfection as a virtue is ableist, though. That's not what we're talking about. It's not about physical perfection. Okay? I want to stream with my service dog Peaches. Do you have any advice? I mean, what do you mean? Strap a GoPro and fucking get to work. But you know a bit about like 5% of your chat, bro. Chill. Yeah, dude. 5% of my chat. There are literally hundreds of thousands of random people that come in and out of this fucking community for 8 to 10 hours a day. You just said that like it's not a big deal. That's literally thousands of people that I know some things about. That's insane. That is insane that you just said that like it's nothing. Yeah, bro, COVID killed 5% of the population. That's not a big deal. Oh, okay. Sure. Anyway. I wish you treated me better. Get better at posting, and I will. Do people not realize how embarrassing it is to say dumb shit like exercising and being healthy is ableist? Yes, they don't. Like I saw another fucking person tweeting about how like their psychiatrist was being like, I want to get you out of a mask eventually. And she was like, I need to find another psychiatrist. And I know this is opening up a can of fucking worms here. Okay. But it's like, if your psychiatrist thinks that, you know, maybe you're a little too overly cautious and it's genuinely harming you, okay, then maybe you should think about that a little bit instead of looking to find another group of people online that will go, no, queen, you're actually correct. Like, this is the person that literally is, you know, they're knowledgeable, right? And it turns out that psychiatrists, as far as I saw, and I know the person has an immune disorder, but it turns out that that psychiatrist also has like other silly ass fucking takes on other shit too. But still, she's my mutual. She's immunocompromised during a pandemic that is still raging, and we're sick of being gaslit by therapists. Oh. All right, guys. You're right. Are you unironically being an anti-masker right now? No. I think it's fine when you're sick personally. I'm an advocate for it. Mostly so you don't fucking, you know, pass it off to other people. The amount of protection you get from the mask is marginal. Still there. It's definitely a real thing. Why would a therapist gaslight you? I don't know. Motherfuckers in Japan wear masks all the time. Guys, I need you to understand something. When your therapist is talking about like this being an issue for them, I don't think they're a fucking anti-masker. They're most likely thinking that it's like a larger problem potentially about your psyche and the way that you analyze the world. It probably changes your daily behavior and your daily decisions in an unhealthy way. Maybe you spend a lot more time indoors worried about the world possibly coming to kill you, and it stops you from having a healthier life. That's simply all I was saying. It wasn't about like genuinely not wanting to spread the disease that you might have to other people and why you should be wearing a mask. But I do think that a lot of people are a little weird about it. So I'm just going to move away from it. And that's it. I personally don't care. I would never be like, hey, if I saw someone wearing a mask, and there are plenty of people who still do on a daily basis, I would never in a million years be like, why the fuck are you wearing a mask? That's weird. Take it off. That's rude as fuck. Okay? Just immediately. That's a rude ass thing to do. Okay? However, before everybody jumps down my throat, I'm not a fucking psychiatrist for a person. If a psychiatrist, I believe, if a therapist is telling you maybe we should like try and get you to wear the mask less, there's probably a secondary reason for that. That's my analysis. Okay? That's my assessment. And I don't know if it's like super healthy to just immediately be like, no, I'm going to find a therapist that doesn't want me to do that. You know what I mean? Morally scolding people for their masking habits is so 2019. Wait, what? It's not even 29. Wait, why is it 2019? People go to therapy and think they're going to be getting another reaffirming echo chamber and are shocked and call it gaslighting when their therapist challenges their worldview so they can live a healthy life. Yeah. Is this anecdotal or was there a broader point and example? Oh, the anecdote was well, I don't know. The anecdote was about not immediately pushing aside, I guess, medical decisions that people are putting forward, and how people oftentimes find themselves, especially like left-leaning people who are well-intentioned, oftentimes find themselves looking for other people who are like-minded, who will reaffirm. What? What the fuck? No, you were clearly shitting on masks. Are you backtracking like when you said Russia wouldn't invade? Or when you said you wouldn't give me a gifty? Please, bro, I can't see one more anti-vape ad, bro. Oh, that was fucking awesome. Nah, dude, you're gonna fucking sit there and you're gonna watch all the anti-vape ads because you're broke and you're gonna like it, okay? Oh, that's funny. Yeah. Pretty much any behavior can be maladaptive and taken to the extremes, especially typically hygienic ones. Yeah. There's a difference between like, I feel like there's a difference between, you know, legitimately wearing a mask so you don't spread diseases, especially when you're sick, versus like being a little hypochondriac about it. But I can't make that assessment because I'm not a fucking therapist. But I am a believer that if your therapist thinks your obsession with it is pathological, then seeking out people that will reaffirm your position is definitely not healthy. It's probably good to investigate what your therapist is saying and maybe listen to them. You're literally spending hundreds of fucking dollars an hour just to be there. Okay? Therapists also can't make that assessment, to be fair. No, therapists can't make that assessment, but therapists can make an assessment on whether or not they think it's harmful to you. What the fuck? therapists can make the assessment that it's pathological or whether or not it's actually harmful behavior to you, to your social development, to your, you know, to your brain. That's the therapy part of it. Not that like, people are like, people are unironically taking the fucking L. Ron Hubbard position here, which is like, let's just do Dianetics because therapists can't do anything. Like, why go to a therapist then? I thought we were doing like, men need to go to therapy. Everybody's like, men need to go to therapy until your therapist tells you something that might be pathological that you think is not. Fuck, man. Jesus. All right. A small taco. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. More crispy popped off on the roundtable today, chat. Thanks for coming through. Also, yeah, you shouldn't pay your therapist to keep track. You hard stuck in your current mental rank. More crispy. I'm not gonna leak anything, but if this is who I think it is, he cooked me. Okay, on this fucking roundtable. Like, absolutely cooked me. Cooked my ass. But you guys will see when the video comes out. Real HasanAbi head moment in the fucking in the production side. Moving on. Can you confirm this is correct? Turkish vacation TikTok.
Hava soğuk mu? Yok, sıcak.
Correct. Correct so far. Correct. No. Wait, is the Turkish astronaut actually from Karadeniz? No fucking way, dog. Are you for real? There's got to be a Turkish person in here right now. Confirm right now. Amına koyayım, Karadenizli adam mı koyduk? Temel şakalarından nereye geldik ya? Remember, guys, how I've told you, like there are memes about how like the Black Sea region of Turkey is like the Poles. Okay, we call them like we call them dumb. There's a lot of like internal memes about it. Okay. Antalyalı adam, Mersinli Yörük. O zaman niye Karadeniz'e gitti bu? Yani Zonguldak'a gitti. Mersinli. Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind. He's not. He's a southern. He's a Mersin guy. Mersin sounds like Ohio. Yeah, it is kind of like the Ohio of Turkey.
Habibi, come to Azerbaijan.
Erzincan'ın tulum peyniri.
Oh, that one always gets me. Fuck, dude. This is where I grew up, man. Fucking hell. This is such an accurate depiction of Ankara. It's not even funny. It's just, it literally is just Ankara. This is how it looks like. Ankara'nın Dikmen'e bir daha gidersem sik beni. Which is where I lived. Dikmen. Oh, God. So gross. Ay.
Knock. Çek üstün kadın ana be. Malatya'nın karşısı.
Do you relate more with Ankara or Istanbul? Istanbul. It's not even a question. Can confirm Mount and Blade is literally this Turkish-made game. We've been in chess so long, Americans now know the Ankara meme. You know what? That's kind of funny you said that. Maybe that is why I hate brutalist architecture, because Ankara housing blocks are so fucking awful. You are so Ankara though. Ankara bebesiyiz. Abi. Ayıpsın. Ankara bebesiyiz. Did they have AC? Yeah. The only problem with like AC in Turkey is when you get into a fucking cab, it's a life or death scenario because like the cab driver refuses to like turn on the AC in order to preserve gas. And there's no way that you can make it happen. Okay. This is not a thing that Americans will ever understand unless they like visit the third world or some shit. Okay. But like, it's wild. It's wild. You get into a fucking cab and every single one of them is a fucking liar and will tell you every single one of them is a fucking liar and will be like, oh, it's broken. Shit, man, that's crazy. Every AC is broken in every cab? Every AC? What are the odds? What are the fucking odds, dude? Yeah, cab AC is one front window and one back window open. Exactly. Windows rolled down. I don't even know if they still have the Tofaş, but I'm old, but back in the day we had Tofaş with the rolling windows. Do they even have Tofaş still in the cabs? Because this was like the most common cab. Tofaş's Türk Otomobil Fabrikası AŞ. Yeah, it was like this was the one, the Şahin. Oh, Jesus. Yeah. The Şahin and the Doğans were the OGs. Taksi olarak yok ama o bile 200K şu an amına koyayım. Oha. Bebeğe bak la. Yeah, no, this is the Lada of Turkey, basically. Your middle name is a fucking car. Doğan means either one who is born. Doğmak means to be born, or it more commonly means hawk. And also Murat is just the name, but also the name of this fucking car as well. Doğan. Yeah. It means car, don't lie. No, Doğan means hawk. I don't know why my parents named my brother Murat. My name is both of my grandparents' names. Hasan is my grandfather on my father's side. Doesn't Şahin mean hawk? Well, Doğan is one of those things. Is like hawk or eagle or one of the. Well, eagle is kartal. What is Doğan? I think it is hawk or something like that. It's one of those. Falcon? I don't know. But yeah, I was named after I was named it's a bird of prey. I was named after, yes, Murat is a Sultan name too. I was named after, holy fuck, I can't even say it. My other grandfather as well, Doğan Dogan. My grandfather on my mother's side. So yeah. Hasan, I think, has like Arabic roots, and I think it might mean like handsome, but I'm not sure. Actually, I don't know what the etymology of Hasan is. I remember looking it up one time. Hasan etymology. Yeah, it's an Arabic. Hasan is a boy's name of Arabic origin, which means handsome or good looking. Traditionally, a religious name, Hasan is a significant figure of the Islam faith. Oh my God, don't tell the Redditors about this. I'm so cooked. Once they find out this, let me tell you something. Once they find out this, they're going to be like, it's over. He is an Islamist fundamentalist. We got him, boys. His literal name means, I looked it up, is traditionally religious. Oh, I'm so cooked. It's so Jover. They're going to be like, they're going to be calling me the Houthi terrorist. Here we fucking go. Jenk, my uncle's name, means war. For those of you who don't know that. Jenk. Careful, the show has British people in it. I'll never beat the 9/11 allegations. Oh yeah, no, I'm cooked. I wanted to cover this part as well, but I guess we'll get to that tomorrow. New video shows it was the cops who did the attacking. 2 NYPD cops harassed a group of young Latino men, just cause. Then, in an attempt to falsely arrest one of the men, the cops grabbed and attacked him. The man's friends then tried to defend him from a beatdown and arrest. Turns out, remember when I first saw the video of like the migrants assaulting the cops and I made jokes about how they were like JoJo stand users and shit? Yeah, it fucking turns out that, you know, and I guess this is shocking to absolutely no one. Yeah, it turns out that they were like literally fucking harassing them. Now, obviously, it doesn't mean you can resist because, you know, America, right? There's no defending yourself against the police. And ultimately, it doesn't matter. Even if they did not have any cause to fucking, even if they like randomly attack cops, which is so rare, like almost impossibly rare for the record. Okay. It still would not mean anything about the broader community of migrants as it pertains to, you know, how they behave in general. But that was precisely what it was used for. Okay. Now, speaking of borders and border control, obviously there is a real problem in the border. Okay. There's a real problem in the border, not in the American border, but in the border of the glorious Republic of Azerbaijan. What am I talking about? Contraband police is what I'm talking about. That's right. It's time to go back. It's time to go back to Azerbaijan and do what must be done, which is defend the border of Azerbaijan, the Revolutionary Republic of Azerbaijan. Not a simple trial, but an actual real existing socialism, an example of real existing socialism that must be defended. Okay? So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to defend Azerbaijan. Let me tweet out. Exit out. Stop. It's not a real thing. Don't say that. What the fuck? Okay, here. I had no idea you actually play games on here. Did you finish Disco Elysium on stream? I never started Disco Elysium on stream. The People's Democratic Revolutionary Caliphate Republic of Azerbaijan. So this game is just you trying to stop the CIA? Yes. Stop the CIA, but also inside of us, we have also counter-revolutionary CIA. You must kill the CIA inside of you. What do I mean by this? What I mean is, at times, when you are working the border of Azerbaijan, there will be people that say, hey, comrade, tovarish, let's do a small trade. This is bourgeois behavior. So do not kill the CIA outside the borders. Kill the CIA inside of your heart. That's right. Before you know it, you will face the wall. You will face Gulag. ACAP except for Kim Kutsuragi. ACAP except for Customs and Border Patrol, but Comrade Border Patrol. It's time for Contraband Police. Comrade!
Gotować na robota denная?
Okay, I have to send the people to prison. I have to send them to prison. I do not have time. I do not have space. And I have to take some of contraband because I do not have enough space. I will move the W banner. The glorious Republic of HasanAbi does not have W banner in it. Before I open the border, I have to take them. Can I do this? I do not know if I can do this. Apparently they can escape the car if I don't. Why are people saying L stream? Oh, because I don't... Wait, what the fuck? Oh, shit. I cannot. Fuck! Wait, what if they escape? Can I put them back in to prison? Fuck. At least I put the contraband. Wait. Okay. If they escape to come to America and become Republicans? Yes, Republicans. Only Republicans. Commodity embargo. No links between Kingdom of RK. Cargo list. Ministry of Transport changing regulations. The requirement of a driver cargo list. We know this. Vehicle color yellow. Driver age 40. All right. Is this a yellow vehicle? Yes. Let's see your documents, sir. Okay, very nice. HasanAbi. Mirlan Soyevnov. Z6S H 4J. Makes sense. 23rd of December. Valid. Date of birth. 81. 2nd of November. Valid. Okay. Let's see. Do you have anything back here? Let's turn on the big guns. Okay, let's take a look real quick, you know? It seems like you are valid. Unless you are hiding something. Let's take a look. Okay, let's take a better, closer look, you know? Alright, this looks okay too. Okay. Da, comrade. You look good, okay? You are clean. We rarely ever have clean people. Finally. Get the fuck out of here. Come on. Go, quick. Давай, comrade. This is yellow. This seems like a bad guy. I've been promoted! Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Please step out of the vehicle, comrade. Yes. Eric Kangimej. From where? Republic of Kyrgyzstan. 55 Bix. 2290. Eric Gunchimeg. Eric Gunchimeg. Name checks out. Valid. May. Date of expiration. Valid. Okay, let's take a look at the cargo list. Let's take a look at the cargo list. Okay, okay. Is that everything? Confirm cargo. Toilet, 1. Skip the toilet, 1. Gas range, 3. 3 gas range, check. Refrigerator, 2, check. Oil barrel, 1, check. 1 soap, check. Fertilizer, 14 fertilizer, check. Okay, okay, very nice. Let's take a look. Let's take one extra look at this, huh? Should I unpack it? You know what? It's a yellow car. We will unpack, and I will take one extra look. What? What the fuck? Murderer? What do you mean? Why is this not working? Fuck, сука, блядь! Ah! Ah! Как тебя зовут? Oh, what the fuck? Can I single peek? Rainbow Six Siege, baby! Let us go! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you, you bastard! Oberenkov's gang! I had to kill that guy. He was going to die anyway! Did you not see his fucking car explode? Clearly, detonation. Clearly. His truck exploded. Why the fuck did it explode? Well, let me tell you why the car fucking exploded. Counter-revolutionary. He had secret bomb detained. While there is fighting going on, you do not run away like this. Bastard!
Ето час wycnego duro. Ilio membini, bydloki madre pawrotni. Pomskajcie obaju arużniki, a da ubrać policków. Eto oni chronił wasz gotów.
Where is the fucking... Wait, where is the shotgun? Where is my shotgun? I killed these guys. I deserve the shotgun. Oh! I was right! I was fucking right! Suka bliat, I was fucking right! He was counter-revolutionary! Contraband! Fuck you to the non-believers! I do not engage in this kind of action for no reason. He deserved to fucking die. Yes, alcohol is a serious crime. It's contraband. Classic. Fucking bullshit. Wait, where's my inventory? How do I pull it? Oh, I. Knife. Wait, I can't clear the inspection zone? Oh. Oh, remove cargo. You shouldn't have executed him? Yeah, right. That's what they want you to say, comrade. I will be on my tippy toes. Fuck off! Give me your documentation! You fucking bastard. You fucking... Zal Atmaja! Zahamal Atmaja! 8579 X8 U6. Valid. April 25 of November 1980. Expired. You have 7 luggage. Step out of the car, please. You are not coming into the country anyway, but you do not know that yet. But I will check. Contraband. Hey, shut the fuck up, okay, bitch? 7 pieces of luggage. Okay, I only see... I do not see 7 pieces of luggage here at Maja. Oh wait, maybe there is 7 pieces of luggage. But no contraband. Wait, it's 5 luggage! 1, 2... Wait, are these separate or is that one? I can't open these, but... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is the rest of the luggage? Okay, you have 5 pieces of luggage. Ay, ay, ay. Your expiration date is wrong. Let me see your photo. Let's take a look. You have no luggage. Your photo is wrong. Everything is wrong. You have no cargo list. You are going to get fucking cooked, my friend. Get back in your vehicle. Get up! Do your fucking job! Return the cargo, you son of a bitch! Constable Maximov! You're always sitting on your ass, smoking cigarette. Denied! Am I? Am I making a mistake? How about you make your last mistake? Move along! Perfect. Perfect. Inspection. Hello. Hello. Yes, yes, yes. Being kind to me will absolutely win you many favors. Where is this? Where is this fire sound coming from? It seems like something is in fire. My family is in danger. I have to take this course to pay off my debt. What? Kingdom of Arcade. 2 peaks. Arcade. You are not allowed. Pavel Zubkov. Passport number OJ 3J 63 OJ. OJ 3J 63 OJ. Valid. Date of expiry. Valid. Unfortunately, your cargo list, no matter how many pig you have, is not valid. While the cargo list is valid, you are coming from Erbil, which is not Erkai, which is not valid. Okay, passport face checks out. Entry regulations. Might have to restart the game. It's nice. It sounds nice. What the fuck do you mean? Don't try to run inside. Yes, turn around. This last guy, I bet he is the one who's going to be perfect. Let's see if he's 40 years old. If you're 40 years old, I'm shooting you right in the fucking face. Ah, you win this time, not 40. But passport expired. Marcel Kasimov. 39. Wait, 1942? It's April. No, right? It doesn't matter. Still 39, right? D2 M4 FT4S 13th of March. Not valid. Date of expiry not valid. Let's see. Get out of the car, please. Take a look. I do not trust you. You might be the smuggler. Okay, okay. Well, you're not getting in anyway, but you did get away with this one this time, okay? Passport number is valid. Passport expiration not valid. Right? That's it, right? Because he's not bringing in... He's not 40. And he's also not bringing in... Well, the country means... There's... You can't bring in stuff from the country. Entry regulations is only if you're carrying cargo from RK. I think you can come in from RK. But you can't actually bring stuff in from RK. Passport photo is good. What do you mean? His photo is good. Well, his mustache is not right, but... Is that enough? Is he the smuggler? I cannot do math. But I am not seeing anything in here. No, there's another smuggler, see? He needs to be 40 years old. Cut the tires in the seat. I'm not gonna cut it for no reason. If there is no sign, if there's no scorpion, then there is no... Get the fuck out of here, huh? Okay, it's nighttime. I take the guys back now. Ah, it's perfect.
Это все мочленная.
What's up, son of a bitch? I make you disappear. Son of the beach. Okay, chock full of country with weapons. Lights on, start the engine. Wait, hold on, stop the engine. Where should I go first? Let's look at the map. Straight to police base. And then afterwards, straight to fucking... Wait, where do you sell? Labor camp? Oh no, we go to the labor camp, right? First. Wait, you can fast travel? Oh, shit. Okay, perfect. Labor camp. Dude, I don't want to fucking drive there every time. As you travel across the world of HasanAbi, watch out for enemy Oberankov gang troops. They will try to recapture their comrades. That's crazy. Oh, fuck? There's got to be an easy way to get out of here, right? Okay, okay. Sergeant, transfer all prisoners. Okay, let's get back to the fucking police base. It's almost night time. What's the name of this game? What's the name of this game? It's called Comrade Border Police. Comrade Border Police.
Snego Dainara.
Lieutenant Nabokov.
Obarczna robotca. Was pochwycili odrowni kontrabandy.
I don't have anything on me. Okay, good. Vlad's tools. Should I do that too? Should I buy the guns too? I feel like it's too late. I'm not gonna be able to go to sleep. I'm working late into the night, comrade. This is fucking bullshit. If I keep this going, the only thing that guides me is my revolutionary optimism. The spirit of the revolution. Vlad! I need commando knife. I have lots of money now. I can get commando knife. Vlad! I also need new weapons. Good weapon. I need better weapon. No shotgun. Maybe submachine gun? No, that's too much. There is no overtime. In this country, there is no overtime. It's fucking bullshit. Why the fuck is there no overtime? At the top of the hour, there is no overtime either. Because there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, comrades. For $5 of the American money. Or for free with Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I'm having way too much fun with this fucking game. Typical champagne socialism. I have yet to kill the little bourgeois that exists, the petit bourgeois that exists inside of me. I don't know if I want to get another gun. I feel like it's too expensive. You almost died last time. I think I need ammo. I need ammunition. There is no Kevlar. They stack up? What do you mean they stack up? Sell one pistol? I think you can give it to the people at the base, right? It's going to be 4 a.m. What the fuck? What were you doing, Constable Repnin? Nothing. Fucking sleeping. Fucking smoking cigarette. That's all you fuckers do. I'm the one who working around here. I'm upholding the glorious Azeristan single-handedly, holding the border by myself. I get 2 hours of sleep. All of a sudden, I'm back at work. Tovar issue this, Tovar issue that. What the fuck are we doing here? Let me get upgrade for the base. I need upgrade for the fucking base. Personnel. Holy shit, 350. All of a sudden you get submachine gun. Wait, I can't give them a... Oh, he has pistol. Okay, good. He already has pistol. He has pistol too. They all have pistol. Whoa, this is sick. What the fuck? We can buy the Grossduk. Oh! I need to buy good Grossduk. Lodging. This is where you can rest. Warehouse. Prison. I think prison, maybe we need bigger prison. Personnel. Moscovich. Constable Moscovich. Lucky winner of the 1975 State Housing Lottery. Unfortunately, local construction standards let the building collapse. As a result, which his entire family was killed. Putting his life back together, he moved to Karikatka, where he found a job with the police. The government decided to build a nuclear power plant in Kiev. The Kowalski family, like many others, were forcibly displaced. As a result, he ended up in Karikatka, where he enrolled in the police school. Forcibly conscripted into the army. A year later, during the suppression of anti-government riots in Obrinsk, he was seriously wounded and released due to his inability to continue his service. After many weeks of convalescence, he joined the ranks of the police. I think we hire Moscovich, right? Constable Moscovich. We hire new man for the prison. Increasing outpost defense if they come for us. If they come for me, they fucking die. And then maybe Maximov, you get a fucking submachine gun, huh? You piece of shit. Should I give him submachine gun? It's cheaper than buying submachine gun for myself, right? Tovarish, you get a fucking submachine gun and you get a better salary. He's not gonna use it? Wait, what the fuck? If he doesn't use it, I'm gonna fucking lose it, okay? Tovarish, you better use the fucking submachine gun. You always smoking cigarette, not doing shit, okay? Fuck you. Tovarish. I'm looking after you, okay? We are looking for a 40-year-old, chat.
Sorry.
Alright, can I have your documentation, please? Yes, yes, you will get it back, son of a bitch. Fikret! It's also Turkish. Kingdom of Arkai, you have goods. That's not gonna be working for us. You know, Kingdom of Arkai? Entry regulations. Already a bad start. A1, Q7, Q9, G2Y. Passport number correct, valid. Date of birth. 14th of May. Alright, that works. If you get Solak, everything else is good. Let's see the cargo. Is this fucking coffee? This is not allowed. Come on now. What the fuck? We let coffee in here? What the fuck is this? Open this fucking door. What's in here, huh? He's not... He's not 40, right? Coffee. Seems like contraband to me, but what do I know, huh? Now let's open this up. Okay, nothing in here. Okay, nothing. No markers. It doesn't seem like it's contraband. 3 coffee sacks, 1 luggage, 3 salt. Maximov! Return the fucking cargo, you son of a bitch! Stupid motherfucker. Never doing the actual fucking work, only smoking cigarette. Fikret, you see this shit? You believe this shit, Fikret? Fucking bullshit. Anyway. Denied. Wait, let me see. Passport photo. Looks good. Inspection report. Entry regulation. Denied. Shut the fuck up, Fikret. Fikret Solak means left-handed Fikret. Alright, come back. Come back later when you don't have. Come back later, comrade, when you don't have goods with you. Fake help. Humanitarian organization. The White Dove. Sold weapons to the Bloodfist bandits. Wait, we know this already. I've read this already. What the fuck? Oh, letter! You communist trash. Because of you, my family barely made it out alive. When the bandits found out that I would not pay the money back on time, they set fire to our house and killed the dog. I have asked you for so little, but of course you must abide by these heartless rules. I hope you are met by a similar fate one day. Simply doing my job, my friend. This is how it works in Azerbaijan. If you don't like it, you don't leave. Wait, they have chickens in the back. What the fuck? What the fuck? You have chicken in the back? Kingdom of Arkai, 2 chicken. Luggage. Tahir Sultanov. Right off the bat. Kingdom of Arkai. Entry regulations. Not allowed. Denied. You cannot have cock in the car. Cover. Fatu. Uz. Oh. 8. Alright, that's correct. Valid. Date of birth. Date of expiry. Date of expiration. Not valid. That's a second marker, comrade. Not looking too good for you, huh? You do three strikes and you're out, as they say in America. Okay. Let's look at these chickens. Comrade, you have 3 luggage and 2 chicken, it's correct. But unfortunately... Denied! Here, let me close the door for you. Do not let the revolutionary optimism kick your ass on the way out, comrade. There is nothing more dangerous than a man. Wait, what? What did I miss? Name, surname, cargo list, photo? Oh, I didn't even check that. Wait, did I not put those things in there? Alright, yellow cars. Very scary. Yes, I know, I know. But you step out of the vehicle, your brother-in-law and my fucking ass. Get the fuck out of here, you bandit lover, huh? You fucking bandit lover. Kingdom of Arkai. Ah, nice, nice. Abril, your passport is gonna expire soon. Aibek, RDF, K6 TK, TH1E. 2nd of June, 1981. Hold on a second, okay? Let's take a look. Is there anything? Do you have contraband? What is this music playing in my head? Suka bliat, I'm scared. It almost feels like there's something bad going on. Check his birthday. What do you mean? 35. You know. Wait, did I clock anything? Name, surname? No, nothing. Everything seems valid. This is the first guy I will let into the country from Kingdom of Arkai. You have no cargo, so you are good to go. Even though music makes me feel like I shouldn't. Music makes me feel like I should not give you. And let me look at this one more time. Okay, Kingdom of Arkai. No, stamp is a valid stationary. Okay. You fucking bastard. I did not find anything in your car, but I am naturally suspicious of you because you are a fucking bastard from Kingdom of Arkai. We hate the Kingdom of Arkai. I feel like I've let in criminals into the country every time I have an Arkai dog that comes near this fucking border. Yes, it's fucking necessary. It's a fucking border. Republic of Kazakhstan. Okay. We must secure our borders. 10th of May, Ernst Naran, Republic of Kazakhstan, 7 luggage, 2 detergent. Oh, 9, 2 air, 26 G3. Alright, all of this looks valid. Okay. You have anything here? Huh? Yeah, get the fuck out of the car. It seems like you have nothing here to declare. Wait! 6 luggage? What the fuck? Am I missing something? No, that's all the luggage. Why do you have so many luggage? Who the fuck travels like this? Only 6 luggage instead of 7. My friend, you better find that extra luggage right now. Is it in the trunk? Huh? No? Well, it seems like you have falsely presented the amount of luggage you have. It feels weird not letting in wonderful comrades into the country because of the cargo list differences, but we must do what we must do, you know? Alright. Corporal Maximov! Return cargo now! Inspection finished. Denied. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Come back with extra luggage? If you did that the first time, you would have been able to get into the country, stupid. Here, let me close your trunk for you too, huh? Okay, get the fuck out of here! Fuck you. Yes, good refusal. Can I have your documents, please? Ah, 21st of March, 20th of March. Wait a minute. Ah, photo does not match. What is this? You could not have gotten so much older. Clement Isayev. Clement Isayev. Name matches. Okay, passport number. OFAO. OFAO. 7 UKG. Valid. Date of expiration. Not valid. Okay, let's look at the cargo list, huh? Yes. Cargo list. Okay. Confirm cargo. 3 detergent, 4 luggage. Cargo is valid, but your face does not match your passport, Clement. And your expiration. Your passport expired. Are you fully required to inspect the vehicle if the face or something mismatches? Well, you're denying them for sure. However, if there's like if there's like a cargo violation or whatever, you have to get a 100 in order to get a 100% perfect. What you have to do is basically look through everything. They often don't have contraband though. I have to pee. Never checks the task. What do you mean? No, I did check the task. There's no one who's 40 years old. I have to pee. Valid. All right, let's keep going, okay? Let's keep fucking going.
Atma idiot тихо. Утрошне. Me madre varsny robotsa.
What do you mean? It's not even midday. What the fuck do you mean? Get some rest. Real comrade never gets rest. I love HasanAbi. Daily cost 200. It's too expensive. Why the fuck do I pay out of pocket for daily cost? Incoming call. Return the border post for new office. Receive new orders. I'm B-hopping. Counter-Strike style. Yes.
Командир, Luskомnie fundre ili Gavrilov
Gavrilov.
Jego madra Chupliska Vlada, a wie Pier Paszlo tajet Astrupsaja Heno. A zmożna Shajadować, a da kryjówku terrori.
Wait, is it still making that noise here? Because I can restart it, I guess. Oh, it is. They phantom tax you? I know. They phantom tax. What the fuck is this? Why is this phantom tax? Why the... Oh, thank God. No more sound. No more fucking fire sound. Gavrilov! Gavrilov!
Командир, Luskомnie fundre ili Gavrilov chytrak. Jego madra Chupliska Vlada, a wie Pier Paszlo tajet Astrupsaja Heno. A zmożna Shajadować, a da kryjówku terrori.
We managed to track him to Gavrilov's Bullets Tools. Okay, nice. Fucking nice. The bastard. I will do secret mission. Here, let me close the border. This is what is protecting the border of HasanAbi from enemies. Constable Repnin, how about you come with me? One time. And no, fuck you. Fuck you. You never want to come. Where's the radio? What is the engine? How do I start radio? Oh shit, you can do... Oh my god, this is so much better. And I found out you can just press M. Oh my god. There is no radio in this car, chat. Dude, I'm so far from the car. It's making me uncomfortable. Why? What is this camera angle, dog? Why am I so far from the car? That's... Am I crazy? Okay, let's keep going. Keep going. Let's keep going. I have wonderful Lada. Okay, we passed the sawmill. Which one is he? Follow Gavrilov. Gavrilov! Traitorous bastard! Gavrilov becomes suspicious. Why would he be suspicious? I turn off my light. I turn off my light. It's not suspicious. Okay. Drive slow with my Lada. Why be suspicious of random Lada? Everyone drives random Lada in Soviet Russia, in Azerbaijan. In Comrade Azeristan, Lada drive you. I say, if he stops, I drive up to him. I say, Comrade Gavrilov, как дела, как тебя зовут? That's what I need. I need a One Piece style villainous laugh for this character. That's what I gotta do. For every new character I make. Oh, Gavrilov becomes suspicious. No suspicious, comrade. Tovarish. Why are you being suspicious? What the fuck? Wait, what? What the fuck? Wait, why am I stuck here? What is that? Why is my car busted? What the hell? Wait, what just happened? No, the car got stuck for... I don't think that was my fault. No, I don't think that was my fault. It's just because the car literally wouldn't go forward. If the car touches the fucking tree, all of a sudden the fucking piece of shit Lada. In Soviet Russia, in Azerbaijan. What the fuck? Oh. Wait, what is happening? Either the target is too far, or he's becoming suspicious. Which one is it? Yes. Fuck you, Govri. Keep your teeth. What? What is happening? What is happening? Okay, this part, that's crazy. What is going on? This is like impossible. Okay. What is happening? It's like they did not do a good job with the stealth, okay? They were like, "Here, let's do a gimmicky stealth mission." And then at the same time it's like I'm both simultaneously too far but also way too close and he's being suspicious. The AI fucking Russian games, bro. AI is like Tarkov level. Okay, one tap headshot. What? Oh, it's because the roads are windy. So if you go through like a windy road, he automatically gets close in proximity. I get it now. Nothing to see here, comrade. Okay, stop being suspicious. Why are you so suspicious? Bro, we already figured out the hideout. Come on. Let me just... This is it. This is the fucking hideout, dog. What are we doing here? It's clearly this is the hideout. I will shoot you. We'll shoot you now. What if it's his grandma's house? Well, he's a traitor anyway, so I will kill grandmother too. I will kill Gavrilov and send grandmother to Gulag for crimes of Gavrilov. Intergenerational crimes, you know, like in Democratic People's Republic of Korea. When you do crime, 8 generations get... When one person do crimes, confront Gavrilov. What the fuck, man?
Возможность я ваю, а я не та порожний.
What the fuck?
А я знаєш, ви мадре шорісто таєт. Ач не дваш, ала равда. Это Акаров бедлог, избавить всем. Кано мадре свободы, ач демократии.
We're counter-revolutionary.
Опознай водзу Михаил Гарин, Алма Умрату. Это его мадре патруч. Он создал кровавофиста. Он и дуро всем это стопа или криминал за братство. Вы, возможно, подшедать коммуни регулков? Или пристать нас, а дарату бадули ородни?
What the fuck? Blood Feast. It seems counter-revolutionary, comrade. I actually don't know what to do here. This is a big decision, huh? You fucking piece of shit. You fucking piece of shit. Gavrilov is aware of his fate, but does not resist arrest. You spend the whole day in the police base in silence. You keep repeating his words in your mind. Upon arrival, the traitor is greeted appropriately by his former friends. Yes. Give him a good old-fashioned beat down. Like he deserves. Beat his lights out. Let me see this piece of shit. Are you in here, Gavrilov?
Ada?
Nothing. I mean, Bloodfist does sound very fascist, so I... Current event, fake help. But I don't know. I feel like this game's politics, like it's a Western game, right? Ain't nobody's gonna fucking actually make it seem like Azerbaijan is good, right? Unless this game is like fucking awesome. But it does feel like maybe the fascist CIA-backed coup. Oh, it's made in Poland? Oh, Jesus. Oh, never mind. Okay, if it's made in Poland, then yeah, that's why the Blood Fist are the good guys. Never mind. Yeah. If it's made in Poland, then they're like, oh yeah, we hate Nazis and we hate communists, but like we kind of hate communists more. Why would you name the good guys Blood Fist? It's a Polish game. Excuse me. That makes so much more sense now. Like I made the assessment because I thought maybe like secretly this is like good to side along to side with the I'm just glad they learned finally how to read to make this game hostile. Oh my god. Kurwa. I feel like I need more shit. I think I need more lodging. Wow. Wow. Look at this lodging. By making this game, the new Cyberpunk was delayed. Dude, you joke, but Cyberpunk is literally a very significant percentage. Cyberpunk is a relatively significant percentage of the entirety of the Polish economy. That's not even a joke. Yes, I got new mansion. Comrade got new mansion. Look at this. Look at the lodgings. So much room. Oh, my favorite. Bedside cigarette. Huh. This is biggest house in Azerbaijan. We're still looking for smugglers. There's one less smuggler has not come, huh? Yeah, border is wide open. Come right in. Come right in. If you are 40, oh, you have a busted window, comrade. White Dove has been helping my countrymen for years. There were no weapons there. Your party is lying to continue to weaken my country. You are United Rally. Zviadi Solmaz. This guy is also Turkish. What the fuck? 2401 T6YW. 2401 T6YW. Valid. Wait. How old is this guy? 49. Not the guy. I keep saying White Dove. United Rally. What is this? This White Dove is very suspicious. Fuck it. Wait. His face looks the same too. I think this is like, I mean, this is one of the first instances where we just met a guy who literally is valid. I don't see any problem. No, it was valid. It's a perfect inspection. You see that? It's valid, 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 valid. Stolichnaya. Stolichnaya. He's valid. What the fuck? You look quite German, if you know what I mean. Please step out of the vehicle. I do not trust you. You have a very German look to you. Ramil Orazalyev. Ramil Orazalyev. Ramil Orazalyev. Your name is valid. Awat 76Ha. Awat 76Ha. Valid. Date of valid. September expiration valid. Okay, well, you are coming from Kingdom of Erkai and you have a cargo list, so that's not going to work for me. We are going to put the entry regulation and then I'm going to take a look at your cargo. Unpack. Yes. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna be so fucking careful with it. You don't even know what the fuck I'm doing with it, you know? Yes. Very nice. Okay, nothing in here. Nothing here. Anything in here? No. Let's see. Skibidi toilet. Toilet skibidi. It's so phantom tax. You're so skibidi. You're so phantom tax, eh? Okay. Cargo list. Soap 3. Valid. Toilet 1. 1 toilet. 1 skibidi toilet. 2 washers. 3 cement. Wait. 3 refrigerator. Am I missing something? Oh. There's 1. Only 1 refrigerator. Where the fuck is the other one? Are you stealing refrigerators? Is it in the glove compartment box, huh? Where the fuck is it? Is it in here? No. You son of a bitch. Where the fuck is your refrigerator? Oh no, it says 1. But your cargo list says 3. You're missing out on a whole lot of refrigerators, comrade. Hey! Maximov! Put this shit back. Put this shit back. Badgering an innocent man? No, he's not innocent. He's not. His cargo list is incomplete. And, well, he looks like his passport. I will give him that, okay? Alright, inspection finished. Denied. Come back. Come back when you are not piece of shit and counter-revolutionary trying to smuggle in bullshit into the country, huh? Denied! Next vehicle.
Это наживе-обарстна контрола. Работай это мо, ать вы добрать целятко промота.
Promota. Umut. Sikora. Alright, name looks good. Kingdom of Arkai. Hujix 3 Yush. Hujix 3 Yush. Okay, that's valid. Date of expiry, not valid. Not good. Comrade. Both your date of expiration for your passport is not valid and a lot of people coming in from Arkai, very suspicious. And your passport photo does not look like you. And also your expiration date is wrong. Okay. Let's get the fuck out of here, huh? How about you come back next time? Get the fuck out of here, huh? What? Suka, блядь, coming into my country. Coming into my beautiful Azeristan. Looking like a sexy seer. Dude was less than 15 years old. Okay. Okay, can I have your documents, please? Okay, let's take a look. I heard the Queen personally commissioned the shipment of weapons. Nobody hits Ajarov more than she does. Wait, what? Weapons? Passport number is incorrect. Inokini Shwets. Inokenti Shwets. Name invalid. Passport number invalid. Photograph. Okay, that part is fine. Cargo list. Valid to 21st of May, April 27th, date of expiration. Wait a minute. How old are you? 40. Inokenti, please step out of the vehicle. Slowly. Oh. What the fuck is this, huh? What the fuck is this? $410, huh? Tovarish, you fucking, why do you do this? Why do you do this to me, Tovarish? You come in here and you fucking bring your bullshit, huh? You must know I am not capable of I am not capable of betraying the revolution. Alcohol. Ah, this is disgusting. You disgust me, Tovarish. Wait, where was it? Where is it? Why the fuck? Ah, so much alcohol. I do not want to do this, Tovarish, but I must do it. If I do not do this... Okay. Contraband.
Variš, moje madre informacji, to aż na opoka. Budrowy bagryszta, to daniezy?
What am I missing? Is this a canister? Oh. Wait, what? What the fuck? Oh. Okay.
Nie tap.
My friend. Mission rejected? Wait, what? Fuck, I was trying to fucking get this guy. I missed the mission, dude. Wait, what is this?
Ada?
Oh. I don't know how to get there, chat. You're saying in between the driver's seat, but I don't know if I can... Oh, here. Is that it? I don't think that's it. I don't think there's anything there. Oh. There it is. Fuck. I missed the promotion opportunity. Fuck me. What the fuck? I was too busy doing border patrol. Clear the inspection zone, comrade. I feel bad that I missed that. You missed out on a cool mission? Fuck. Okay, this is...
Пропшаю от документы.
Document. Saeed Atayev. Saeed Atayev, Kingdom of Erkai. Oh, you have cow. That's no good, comrade. Tuka 3D. For why could you? I'd like to buy something from you. Okay, let me sell you alcohol canister. No? Okay, well then fuck off. Always take the bribe. Wait, really? Okay, inspection finished. Inspection report. Entry regulations. Cargo list is okay. Denied.
Nie tap.
Yeah, niet it is, my friend. Take the bribe and then shoot them. That's 2 birds. Perfect inspection. I'm close. Okay. This is what I ended for the day, comrades. President Sisi orders you to take bribes. Wait, will it save though? I hope. This is it, comrades. Okay. It's a good day for today. I know. Short day, 6 hours. I was doing other stuff all morning. W banner is back in place. Now you know where you are. So you not forget. This is a W community, okay? Even if you're an absent father? What do you mean? Why was I an absent father? I was here the whole day. What the fuck are you saying? All right, everyone. Love you all. See you tomorrow, okay? Tomorrow, Waleed is going to show up on stream and serve me shawarma in the shawarma machine character. So very excited for that. And then we'll do some other stuff too tomorrow. It's a Saturday fun day, baby. You already know. So I'll see you there. Bye-bye. I will actually do the okay, buddy. I have time for that now. And some fun reacts too. Time for all of those things. So I'll see you then. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.